We have a quorum. Thank you for hitting recording. I'll say that again. Welcome to the June 3rd Planning Board meeting. We have a quorum, and so I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, and hopefully we'll get the last couple of board members in before we get too heavily into the content. I will remind myself to put Planning Board in front of my name, PB, and anybody who has forgotten like I have can do that as well. And I'll hand it over to Jean Gatza to tell us about the rules of participation for virtual meetings. Thank you, Jean.
Great, thank you so much, David. Yes, we have a few meetings for our virtual rules, a few rules for our virtual meetings. Sorry, it's been a long week, I'm sure for you guys too. So any activities that disrupt, delay, or otherwise interfere with the meeting are prohibited. We will have an open comment and a public hearing tonight. And that is the time where members of the community will be able to address the board when called on. We ask that if you're going to speak to the board, to please use your full name, have it displayed in your Zoom account. If you can't change that, you can send it to me in the chat and I'm happy to change it for you. And we also ask you to please provide your name and address for the record when you address the board. Let's see. Folks speaking to the board will be by voice only, not by video. And we have the chat function, but that is really to just be used for technical issues to me, the host, and not to questions or comments to the board about the topics that they are discussing. Folks will have 3 minutes each in either the open comment or the public hearing. And let's see, we're going to use the raise hand function that hopefully you can see at the bottom of your screen. So if you hover at the bottom, you should be able to see that raise hand function and let us know at the appropriate time you would like to speak. For those that may be on the phone, you can use *9, or sometimes if folks just can't see this, you can use the Alt-Y or Option Y. You won't see an option to unmute until you're called on. So once we get to that, I'll call your name and then give you the option to unmute, and you'll be able to see it then. So don't panic, that's coming. What have I missed? Anything else?
That sounds good.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think we're getting pretty good at this Zoom thing. So great. We'll go ahead and then get started with the agenda. The next item on our agenda is public participation. This is the time where we'd like to invite the public to address us on any subjects that you'd like to speak to us on. You have 3 minutes, and there is one public hearing item on our agenda, and that is listening to legislation relating to community benefits. So if you have comments on community benefits, please wait until we get into that public hearing item. It won't be very long, probably within the next 30 minutes. Otherwise, any other subject, feel free to go ahead and raise your hands, and I'll turn it over to Jean to call on anyone who would like to address us. And I don't see any hands yet. And now I see one. Great. And did Jean drop off? There you are.
I'm back.
Great.
All right, let me just get, okay, I don't know what that blip was about, but it looks like we have 3 folks with hands up for the public hearing. Kit Fuller, R.E. Claire, and Lynn Siegel. So Kit, you should be able to unmute. And I'll have a timer going and I'll try to get one up on the screen just as quickly as I can. You can go ahead and start.
Lupita's in attendees.
Okay, we'll bring her over too. Wonderful.
Okay, are you ready for me?
Yep, you can go ahead.
Okay, I would like to say a big thank you to the planning board for being on the job, helping make these tough decisions. It's a good opportunity. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My interest happens to be in a gun barrel. I am the president of the Gun Barrel Community Alliance, and gun barrel has a lot of concerns, and will be on your agenda coming up in a couple of weeks. And so I would just like to draw your attention to the Celestial Seasonings property and let you know that we, as Gun Barrel Community Alliance, as well as our just group of residents and neighbors, are very much looking forward to that meeting. We've been working hard to provide a lot of perspectives on the many issues that are involved with this particular development. And so I would hope that you're able to keep up with the considerable email that you're probably receiving from us and other people that we might not even be aware of. As far as right now, I would like to just add an additional comment to say that this is Celestial Seasonings. Celestial Seasonings has been a Boulder success story. And this is not just a gun barrel issue. This is a Boulder issue. Celestial Seasonings is a Boulder legend, really. And the property that we're talking about is a chunk of probably the largest undeveloped area still in Gun Barrel. Not only is it really a landmark in that it's Celestial Seasoning space, but it's also potentially one of the most significant opportunities that we in Boulder have to do something special for Gun Barrel. So I would like to just give you that perspective. I don't need to take a lot of time at this point because we'll see you in a couple of weeks. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'll be in for the rest of the meeting too, because I care about the 5-story limit, and hopefully Gun Barrel is not in consideration for the community benefit. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Kit. Okay, next up is R.E. Claire. You should be able to unmute. There you go.
No, I did unmute, and I'm not Ari Claire, but that's okay. That's just an abbreviation. But I also wanted to say that I strongly support everything Kit has just said, and I, anecdotally represent many, many other people in Gun Barrel who feel pretty much everything that is stated by the Gun Barrel Community Alliance, but we very strongly feel that eliminating the land around Celestial and developing it for residential units, number one, every day we're seeing more residential spaces that could potentially be turned into residential units appear up for sale or vacant, or so many people are working from home as a result of COVID. So there's a lot of place that there's no need for more development of more units. And I think that if anybody wants more detail on that, we certainly have it at the GCA website, and we also have presented that information to you. But I think it's a very important thing to understand. And if we continue to encroach on the land that wildlife are occupying in Boulder County, nobody here, including anybody in downtown Boulder, and certainly us in Gun Barrel and many people in Longmont and Erie and wherever, are not going to wake up to the sound of chirping birds or anything. It's going to be a dry desert up here of no wildlife at all. When you eliminate prairie dogs, you eliminate 100 to 200 species. And we chose to live out here because we like to be surrounded by wildlife, and I assume most people who come to Boulder want that as well. And the recreational glow of Boulder will slowly be destroyed if we continue to encroach on public land that is occupied by wildlife. And I just think that every time a development comes, there's just this feeling that we have to spread our tentacles out and get rid of land and put housing on it or put something else. And I just want to say, we in Gun Barrel enjoy coming downtown to the library. We don't need a library. We don't need a coffee shop. We like our wildlife, and we like our prairie dogs at Celestial. And it's my opposition, which is true of many, many other people who live out here in Gun Barrel. And we would hope that you would listen to us on this, because we also feel strongly, and I think you've certainly gotten information from us in the past, that we felt that this whole proposal that everybody is working around to do this expansion and development said that it was going to be precluded by first having a gun barrel plan. And there is no plan. So you've proceeded sort of around what you said you were going to do. And we're ready to participate in a gun barrel plan, but for some reason it's being dumped on us without our consultation. So I guess we feel really excluded from this process. And if nothing else, we feel like we should be included before it proceeds. Thank you very much.
And could you just say your name, since R.E. Clara is appearing? We didn't really get that.
Yes, exactly. It's Randall Clark.
Randall. Oh, thank you, Randall.
Yeah, because
I recognize
anyway,
that
for
name.
whatever reason. So sorry about that.
No problem.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next up is Lynn Siegel. Lynn, you should be able to unmute. There you go.
Well, I guess it's the unplanning board. And this is the other annexation besides CU South, which should not be annexed. Gun Barrel should never have been annexed. It was an opportunistic thing and an afterthought. And
Lynn, could you get closer to your microphone? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
rearrange things here. Gun Barrel is the other annexation. Can you hear now?
Yes.
Okay, good. The other annexation, no offense to the Gun Barrel people, that should never have been done. It was not planned. That was opportunistic simply for the holy sales tax revenue dollars. And this planning board has got to start being a planning board, not an unplanning board. Now, 1024 Marine. There's a problem with procedure here somehow, because there was 3 hours of discussion about this project after the developer had set up his dining room to be a pseudo dining room, really a bedroom. And then when Kyle Garler asked them to change it, they changed it, and then they withdrew it. And then they asked to come to planning board. That was a waste of your time. It was a waste of my time. I know that they have their rights to ask these things, but some procedure needs to be put in there where they have to meet certain demands and not waste planning board's time, as Lupita very well pointed out. And let's see, the issue of pre-existing housing and the demolition of the Nexus study that came out at $1 per square foot is very telling of what happens to property taxes, because that demolition, as in my property taxes this year, my two best comps were denied because of demolition after sale. That means that demo, the value of that demo gets embedded into the land value, which jacks up the value of the land, which causes our homeless problem, our affordable housing problem that we feed with LIHTC, with federal funds that want us to grow, because this is the United States and we got to grow. But of course, they aren't paying for our infrastructure. They aren't paying for our open space. They aren't paying for anything at Gun Barrel. So people have to beg to keep the prairie dogs and to keep it from turning into a housing oasis. And we are changing from the virus. Where's the conversion of all our commercial into housing? There, you know, you need a moratorium on housing, and I mean affordable housing also. And like I said before, you need to figure out what workforce, this quote that everyone says, oh, it's nationally used, it's standard. Service housing.
And if you could wrap up, please.
Income level housing.
Time's up.
The scale of 1 to 10 on income. Do some real planning, because that's where the failure is in Boulder. That's where all the homelessness is happening. Done.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thanks, Lynn.
All
Okay,
right.
I see no other hands at this point.
Okay, thank you so much, Jean, for that. So the next item on our agenda tonight is a discussion of dispositions, planning board call-ups and continuations. We have 2 call-ups in front of us tonight. The first one is a standard wetland permit, WET 2021-00006, Foothills Baseline Trunk Sewer Replacement Project. Does anyone have any questions or desires to call that one up? I know I slurred the number of zeros there, but let the record reflect it's number 6. The second one, standard floodplain development permit, FLD 2021, number 44, Canyon and Broadway Central Park bandshell temporary fencing. Does anyone have any questions or desires to call this up? Hearing none, we'll go on then to the public hearing item for tonight. Our public hearing item is recommendation to City Council regarding a draft ordinance which proposes to amend Title IX Land Use Code by implementing Phase 2 of the Community Benefits Project by adding below market rate non-residential uses as options associated with requests for adding additional height or floor area in specified areas and setting forth details in relation thereto. So this is a legislative item. So because of that, we will not be taking any official action. What we'll be doing is making a recommendation to City Council following our public hearing and discussion. I also, before we turn it over to staff, just want to note there was an excellent set of questions submitted from Georgie Boone. Thank you for that. I actually will take this opportunity to remind the board that we actually do encourage people to send questions like that in advance of the meeting. And a few years ago, we used to do it a little more regularly. And the only caveat is that we just need to be very careful about not engaging in reply alls to questions, and nobody did, which is great. Because that creates a serial meeting. So Cindy, did you want to add something to that?
I just wanted to add for our public, if they're interested in those questions, they are on the webpage, the planning board webpage, the same page that our agenda and packet is on. So they are loaded on there and they say board questions. So they are.
Thanks for that, Cindy. All right. So with that, I'll turn it over to Charles and Carl to lead us through the staff presentation.
Thanks so much, Dave. Good evening, planning board members. Before we get started tonight, I just wanted to acknowledge, as you probably know by now, that tonight's subject matter is rather complex. So we're prepared to respond to clarifying questions as we work through the presentation. So feel free to ask questions as we go. We do have a number of key issues that we'll be presenting for your feedback tonight as well, but please feel free to ask questions as we move through the material. Also wanted to mention that we have David Dozema from Kaiser Marston and Associates here this evening. Their teams perform the economic analyses that we've used to support our recommendations. And finally, we have members of the city's Community Vitality Department here as well. We have Yvette Bowden and Mark Wolf, if there are questions for them as well. So with that said, I'm happy to turn it over to Carl Geiler. He's going to be presenting staff's analysis this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Charles. Good evening, board members. I'll be presenting to you tonight on the proposed ordinance 8469, which relates to the second phase of the community benefit project. So there's a lot of info to go over tonight, so I'm going to not rush through this like Charles said. If there's any questions, feel free to interrupt at any point, and we'd be happy to help out. Like Charles said, KMA is here, as well as our community vitality staff, to help with any questions. I understand how complex this is. So what we'll be talking about tonight relative to the ordinance builds on what we talked about on April 1st. So as far as the purpose of tonight, we'll be doing the staff presentation. Clarifying questions can happen throughout. We'll have the public hearing on the ordinance, and then we'll turn back to planning board for deliberation of the key issues. So this is a legislative action by planning board. There is a requirement that planning board make a recommendation to city council on the ordinance, since it does change Title IX, our land use code. There's actually another ordinance that we are in the process of drafting that we wanted to bring forward to council as an option that we wanted to get a motion from planning board on as well tonight. So starting really high level, and I'll go into all the details about this.
I'm sorry, Carl, even before you get started. So you have an ordinance you also want us to give feedback on, but it's not an ordinance that we have seen?
You have not seen the ordinance. It's basically the same as the last ordinance that planning board saw.
No, I'm sorry, I'm asking a different question. You said there's also an alternative ordinance that you all have been working on that you'd like our feedback on. Is that a different ordinance than what is in the packet?
It is. It would just be a simple ordinance that would extend the date of Appendix J. It's almost identical to the prior ordinance that the board has seen. Okay. So real high level, what does Ordinance 8469 do? So this is the meat of what we're talking about tonight. It would add a new on-site below market rate space requirement for any buildings that are over the height limit or floor area limits in limited locations. And this is in addition to the existing permanently affordable housing that already exists in the code for such projects that was approved as part of phase one. What else does the ordinance do? It creates a clear threshold for whether the phase one or phase two options apply. So again, phase one is the permanently affordable housing portion, and phase two is the below market rate space that we'll talk about tonight. As part of phase two, the ordinance also specifies the process for establishing the deed restricted below market rate spaces, how to change the uses, potentially terminate the uses if need be, and then what projects would be eligible for in lieu contributions to what is a new affordable commercial fund. And then consistent with the goals of the project, which I'll talk about, we're proposing new modifications to a limited number of zones that would create incentives for more permanently affordable housing in the city. So I'll talk more about those. So these are the key issues that we've outlined in the memo. The first one is very broad. It's just really relating to the ordinance in general. Does planning board support the proposed process and the requirements that are proposed in the ordinance, finding that it is consistent with the original goals and objectives of the project? And again, I'll go back and talk about what those goals and objectives were when we started off. The second piece really focuses on the limited eligibility criteria that we're proposing that planning board have discretion over. There's some disagreement in the community about whether the planning board should have discretion on that. We also wanted to talk about the criteria themselves and see if there was any feedback from the board, if there's anything missing that we should add. And then lastly, we're asking about Appendix J again. I know we just talked about this, I think in May, but in looking at this particular ordinance, it could go live by the end of the summer. But if there were concerns about it going live before phase two is actually enacted, we wanted to get feedback from the planning board on that. So we'll talk about that as part of the presentation. So I've presented this many times, but I know it's complicated, so we'll just kind of cover it again. So remembering that prior to 1971, the city of Boulder didn't have a maximum height limit. That's why we have a number of buildings from the 50s, 60s, and I think early 70s that are, probably over 100 feet in height with multiple floors above 5 stories. Because of the concerns of those buildings, there was a city charter amendment at that time that set the city maximum height limit at 55 feet. So 55 feet really can get you about a 4 or a 5-story building. So that was enacted as a public referendum in 1971. Since that time, there have been discretionary approvals to allow buildings over the zoning district height limit. So to be really clear, the city is not changing the height limit in the city as part of this project. The city height limit is still set in the city charter at 55 feet. However, there are zoning districts throughout the city that have a variety of different height limits, mostly around 35 or 38 feet. Industrial zones have 40 feet. So most of these buildings are 2 or 3 stories by right. So ever since 1971, the city has been reviewing discretionary approvals into what has become the site review process that allows planning board to review those projects. And if it meets the site review criteria, the additional height, and usually a 4th or a 5th story, can be approved. And this has been routinely done since the 1970s. I think what's changed in time is that we've seen more requests for height modifications in recent years, and it could be a factor of increasing land values in the city. The zoning really didn't change much in order to allow more FAR or more height. It's just we started seeing more height modifications, and there were concerns in the community about those height modifications, and also sentiments that there should be something that the community got back in return for the city granting additional floor area or height. So we've heard this for a number of years. So that concern culminated in 2015 with the passing of an ordinance that created Appendix J, which is shown on the slide. So obviously it limited the city to a very small area of where height modifications could be requested. And it was done as an interim measure at the time to allow us to create the community benefit program. And that was done in 2015. But in order to start on this program, we had to build the foundation of what the assumption or would be in the community related to community benefit, because community benefit prior to 2019 was only required through the annexation process. It was not required as part of site review. And I think that was part of the concern. So,
Carl,
yes.
Can I ask you a question? I just want to, because it goes way back to 2015. It's true that that concern that came up that caused Appendix J to be created was triggered by, just for a very concrete example, Pearl West would say, well, we're going to put in the theater, we're going to put in this public space on the roof, but then the public's disappointed in what, it wasn't defined enough to have it be a condition, like a condition that it could be held, that the development could be held to. So we found that we were getting outcomes that weren't predictable and acceptable to the community. Is that correct?
That is correct. I mean, there's a number of issues. We saw a lot of height modification buildings that were coming out of the ground at that time, but that's a good example of where a developer had in their proposal included what appeared to be a community benefit, but the city rules at the time didn't require the community benefit. There was nothing in the site review criteria that related to that. So that's why we were instructed by council at that time to start looking at how do we incorporate, some incentives for community benefits in these projects.
Thank you.
So in order to make it really clear, we had to build the foundation for community benefit being integrated into site review. So in the past, it wasn't considered, a bonus to go above the height limit or to add floor area. There wasn't anything in the comp plan that really spoke to that. So new comp plan policies were created, enhanced community benefit, building height, and another one relative to the expectation for more affordable housing with intensity increases. So I'll talk a little bit about those. Those were added to the comp plan in 2017. So that built the foundation for this project. So starting in 2018, this project began looking at what code changes could be done to look at adding community benefit as part of these requests. So we had a study session with council at that time. We talked about a large number of community benefits. We looked at case studies from around mostly the country, mostly North America. And we basically whittled it down to there was a long list at that time when we talked to city council that they wanted to include as options for community benefit beyond just permanently affordable housing. But as we moved on, we found that we really wanted to focus on permanently affordable housing as the primary benefit. City council instructed us to focus just on housing and get that in the code rather than trying to work on a large array of community benefits. So that's why phase one was primarily housing. After that was adopted in October of 2019, we moved into phase two, and we had some more discussions with council where we were looking at the other array of community benefits. And again, council wanted us to narrow that down to the next priority, for the city, which was affordable commercial space. So that's why we've focused on below market rate space as part of phase 2 predominantly. And then in 2021, we've also had more conversations with council. We've talked about Appendix J with council on the board. We've also given an update on the site review criteria. They agreed that they would like to see the community benefit piece done first and get that in the code, and then work on the update to the site review criteria next. And we are working on that now with the hopes of getting that to the board and council within before the end of the year. So this is the primary guidance that we have in the comp plan relative to community benefit. You can see that from the beginning in 2017, there was a wide array of community benefits that they wanted us to look at and to implement through this process. Again, our focus has been predominantly on the first, really the first 3. So these are the goals and objectives that were set out at the beginning of the community benefit project. I highlighted the top 3 as they relate most to the community benefit piece. The last 2 really focus on the site review criteria that we're still working on. But the focus of tonight is determine the type and amount of community benefits that would be provided to achieve increased intensity, building height, or zone district changes. Identify incentives to address the community economic, social, and environmental objectives of the comprehensive plan, and clearly specify the required triggers for community benefit and identify how or if the benefits would be maintained in perpetuity. So keeping those in mind, that's the lens we're looking at tonight for this ordinance. So as a broad overview, again, phase 1 focus was on permanently affordable housing. It went into effect in January 2020. The graphic shows, obviously a building at 2 or 3 stories is going to be by right, and community benefit would not apply. But if they propose floor area above the 3rd story in a 4th or a 5th floor, those are the areas that would be subject to the community benefit section of the code. Phase 2 focuses on below market rate non-residential space, so that our focus has largely been on small business, charitable businesses, arts and cultural spaces, and human and social service spaces. So this is just an example of what is considered community benefit area. Just like I said, the areas in blue would be considered by right, would not be subject to community benefit. However, the areas in orange would be considered community benefit, or what we call bonus floor area. It's mostly defined as anything requiring a height bonus, which is on a 4th or a 5th story, is considered bonus floor area. But also notice that the orange area on the 3rd floor is also considered bonus floor area, because that is an example of where a project may go above the by right FAR limit. So there are some examples of where there might be bonus floor area on a lower floor because they're going above the FAR. And again, there's only limited scenarios where FAR could be exceeded through this project. Sarah.
Carl, can I just, one question I had, would the proposal only apply to new builds, or would it apply to rebuilds or renovations or expansions?
Well, it's not going to retroactively apply to buildings that had gotten height modifications in the past, but if those buildings, if they propose an expansion that was on a 4th or a 5th floor, or added floor area in a zone that allows FAR to be added, then yes, it would apply. So also just wanted to, again, point out that we're not in any case allowing a raising of the height limit in the city of Boulder. We're not changing the 55-foot height limit.
And Carl, I see Appendix J there. There is a way. There is an affordable housing way to get additional height outside of Appendix J areas currently with 40% affordable. Is that correct? At least I think
that's correct. We do have an exception section of the code that applies to Appendix J, and it allows limited scenarios outside of these mapped areas. I do have a slide on that, but just since we're talking about it, I'll be brief. If there's more than 40% of a building as permanently affordable housing, you can ask for it anywhere in the city. Again, you have to go through a site review. You have to get planning board approval. It has to meet the site review criteria. There's also other scenarios like industrial zones. If they have a building that's no more than 2 stories and the additional height is necessary for manufacturing, they can ask for a height modification. If you have a single family home and it's no more than the top of the 3 stories, but because of the way the height measurement is measured, where it's the low point away from the building, and that makes it impossible for them to get a upper story on, they can ask for a height modification. So we're not changing those. Those are in the code there. What we are changing, I will talk about, and I have a slide on that.
Thank you.
Carl, I just had a follow up, and it's more just as a note to come back to when you get there. Is on that 40% affordable where that exception exists today. When we get there, I'd like to contrast what we would be getting in what being proposed versus something like that, and if there's a delta between sort of the contribution from the developer, just to understand sort of the exception today and the ordinance that we're about to propose, and what the overall value to the community might be.
Sure.
Thanks.
Yep. So I was just going to do a refresher here on what was adopted as part of phase 1. So again, a by right scenario with a residential project, they have an existing 25% inclusionary housing requirement. So 25% of any units have to be permanently affordable on site, or there has to be an in lieu fee paid. When they propose a 4th or a 5th story, that requirement increases to 36%. So based on the bonus floor area, we calculate bonus units. So they would have a higher amount that they would have to provide on site, or a higher amount of in lieu fee that they'd have to pay. So as part of phase 1, there was the existing affordable housing impact fee, or what people call the commercial linkage fee. That's going to stay the same. It's going to stay the same for the bonus area as well. I want to make that really clear. But what was approved as part of phase 1 for non-residential was that if there was any bonus floor area, they would pay the impact fee for all the floor area on all floors of the building. But for the 4th and 5th story, there would be a 43% increase in what they would have to pay. So it still would apply through phase 2, but what's different is that 43% would be changing to the below market rate on-site requirement. So we'll talk more about that as we go through this presentation. So like I said, KMA is here tonight to answer any questions on their report, or if there's anything relative to the calculations and their recommendations. A lot of what we're working on is based on what they have recommended. So we had instructed KMA to really look at, how can phase 2 be as equivalent as possible to phase 1. We didn't want one to be incentivized over the other, or make it so it's easier to do below market rate, easier than permanently affordable. We wanted it to be as equivalent as possible. So as part of their review, we also, in talking to council wanted this particular program to be feasible. So we wanted to have that in mind. What would really incentivize developers to do this project? So the results of their analysis was that there would be a certain percentage of the bonus floor area that would have to be provided on site as below market rate space. And the size of it would be contingent on the percentage of the market rate that it would be reduced. So what's in the proposed ordinance is, if it's a non-residential project, 5% of the bonus floor area would have to be reserved as a below market rate space if they set it at 50% of the market rate. And then 7% of the bonus area if restricted to 75% of the market rate. KMA also had recommended the off-ramp option, which I'll talk about, and some advice on how to apply penalties should someone not lease their space according to their restrictive covenant. So I just wanted to start with a broad summary of the ordinance. Again, making it clear that affordable housing impact fees for non-residential will still apply to all floors, even though there's changes to that 43% that I talked about before. In working with KMA, we were struggling with how do you apply phase 1 and phase 2 to a mixed use project. So in talking with KMA, they made a recommendation that made sense, that we basically just set it at, if the project is more than 50% of its floor area above the ground floor as residential, the phase 1 requirements would apply to that building. If the project is more than 50% non-residential above the ground floor, then the phase 2 requirements would apply to the project. So it just makes a clear dividing line between the two different requirements. So as I stated, the phase 1 requirements are integrated into the site review criteria. There's already a section in the code called land use intensity modifications. So we've added phase 1 requirements to that section of the code, and we're adding this phase 2, the non-residential requirements, to those land use intensity modifications. Again, any requests, and this is already in the code, any requests for additional height, floor area, or density increases that are specifically stipulated in the code would still require planning board approval at a public hearing. So that's not going to change. So in also working on this, we've heard a lot of guidance saying, this is similar to the inclusionary housing program that's been implemented for years and years. And they have administrative rules that get into the details of like, how are units, what are the amenities that have to be provided and things like that, things that kind of go beyond the code. So we're looking to follow that pattern and develop administrative rules for this to dictate how the spaces should be set up, and how Community Vitality will be working with planning on how to monitor these spaces. So we are working on administrative rules should this pass. In order to allow us some time to work on those rules and get the application materials updated, we're proposing an effective date of January 1st, 2022 for the ordinance, just to give us some time on that. So we would like to get some feedback on that from the board as well. So one thing we want to make really clear is, City Council has expressed that, if there's comfort with the components of the community benefit ordinance, that like as originally intended, Appendix J could expire and then the program could apply citywide. So even when the program applied, or even when site review applied citywide before this project, we weren't seeing height modifications in certain areas of the city just because they wouldn't meet the site review criteria. You wouldn't see a 4 or 5 story building going up, in South Boulder, in a residential neighborhood, things like that. If we ever got that, we wouldn't recommend approval of it. Planning board would likely not recommend approval of it. So, opening up to the city doesn't mean that it's just going to become like a free for all. But the other thing we wanted to point out is in the new regulations, we've put more specific limitations into the regulations that would restrict this from being applied to certain zones. So all the rural residential zones that you have in like North Boulder, all the low density zones, the residential estate zones, like single family areas, even the mixed residential areas that surround downtown and up in North Boulder, agricultural areas, mobile home zones, these are all zones where this program would not apply. So this map shows where those zones are. So you can see that a large part of the city would not be seeing these types of projects. So just to put it in perspective, Appendix J, when that was adopted in 2015, limited height modifications to less than 5% of the city in terms of land area. This, Appendix J going away and then adding this requirement would open up, a much larger part of the city. In this case, it would be 43% of the city in terms of land area, and that excludes the university lands and any open space lands. So obviously the KMA report pointed out that, the more feasible, the more land area that's available for this program to work, the more feasible it would be. I mean, with less than 5%, we haven't seen many examples of community benefit projects. So opening up the city a bit more in this incremental way would, hopefully see more projects come in where we get community benefit, but not allow them in areas where they shouldn't be asking for additional height or intensity.
I see Peter's hand up.
Carl, can you go back one slide? So walking backwards, 43.5, what was the percentage before Appendix J? Was it 43 also, or you're saying that we
No, it was
asked,
100%. I mean, there was no restriction on where.
except that for the obvious? So, okay, got it.
So it was really,
No, it wasn't practical that it would ever happen in RL1 necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, we never saw requests in those areas. It wouldn't be appropriate, wouldn't meet criteria. But just to point out, it's not like we're gonna see, these requests in areas where we shouldn't be seeing them.
and just to add to that question, the ordinance that's in front of us does explicitly add these residential zones to places you cannot request it. So it makes it much more obvious than just, oh, no one would ever do that kind of thing. So it
Correct.
does. Thank you.
Yep. So this is something we've talked about before. We talked about it on April 1st. These were the deed restricted, what we're calling qualifying community benefit uses. These are the uses that would be allowed in these restricted spaces. So we've defined this in more detail in the ordinance than I have up on the slide. But for the most part, we're trying to capture uses that are of benefit to the community, like small businesses meeting the affordable and inclusive objectives of the citywide retail strategy, nonprofits, serving the needs of Boulder County residents, employees, or visitors, and arts and cultural uses. So again, if you look at attachment A where the packet is, there's a little more detail where it's fleshed out on those uses. As I stated before, they would come in with a site review application. It would have to come before a planning board. As part of that, they would have to show that they'd be meeting that minimum floor area for that restricted space. And it would be required by condition of approval that they reserve that space and that they go through a process to set up the use. So they may not know the use necessarily when it comes to the site review process. We felt that we heard from the development community there was concerns about having to bring any amendments or establishment of uses through a discretionary process. So we've set it up where it would be an administrative review process, similar to how inclusionary housing looks at the details of those projects after planning board approval, and that we would administrate and work with Community Vitality on any establishment of uses, any changing of uses. There's a requirement that they send us an administrative review every 3 years to report on their compliance and continued compliance with these regulations. City Council wanted these uses to be allowed in perpetuity, so we do have to have a mechanism to monitor that. But we've also included the ability to terminate the uses. Like if there is a complication with their particular space and they have difficulties renting out the space, if they can show the city that there's been due diligence, that they've been trying to market the space and that they've not been successful, they can do what we call an off-ramp option where they would pay the full in lieu fee based on the square footage. And this is also based on a recommendation from KMA to discourage that option. That has to be the full amount. And the other factor in this is one of the concerns we've heard through discussions with the board and council and the development community is what if a use goes into a space and they end up being successful and they end up kind of becoming ineligible by the virtue of having more than 49 employees or have a revenue greater than 2.5 million, do we just boot them out? So this off-ramp option would also be a way to have an owner request the off-ramp option, pay the in lieu fee, and keep that use and that business operating in that location without having to make them move to another location. There's also a penalty provision that's built into this. We already have an enforcement section of the code. So obviously if somebody is just sitting on a space and they're not complying with their restrictive covenant, the city has the authority to assess penalties on the use or the property owner in order to really get them to get another use in there consistent with their restrictive covenant.
Carl, I had a question, yeah, on the in lieu fee, and you know, you'll probably go into more detail, but I'm curious. The in lieu fee is a one-time fee, is that correct?
It would be a one-time fee.
Okay. Did you guys consider an alternative, which would be the delta between market rate and the percent off as a continual income stream into an in lieu sort of category for the city to distribute those funds to support rent in other locations?
So you're talking about a continuous fee that would be?
Yeah, what I'm talking about, like, let's say this 50% market rate item for 5%, and let's use the scenario of someone was successful in that space and they had 70 employees and it was time to turn that into a full market rate space. Have you considered, or I'd be curious, because I think that could be actually pretty interesting, to take that 50% of market rate that was being discounted and rather collect that in perpetuity into the city so that we could have ongoing evergreen funds to support affordable rent elsewhere.
We've not considered that. I mean, we can maybe ask our KMA rep as to whether they've heard of this happening or if they would suggest that or what that impact would be, but we did not consider that.
David, I don't know if David was going to weigh in.
I could. This is David Dozema with Kaiser Marston. I was just going to add that we actually did suggest something along those lines of that ongoing fee, but not as a permanent fee to exit the program, more as a potential penalty that you could apply for, you know, a temporary non-compliance kind of situation. But we also suggested that sort of a measure may not be necessary for a temporary non-compliance, for example, if the space wasn't filled for a period of time, because just the fact that the landlord would be foregoing rent during that period of time would also be a penalty in and of itself. So that was sort of the context within which we suggested a concept that was similar to that.
Can I follow up on that real quick? So in the event, forget about when the space is unoccupied, because I get that there's a penalty to the landlord not receiving income. But to the extent that that becomes a market rate space that was targeted for affordable commercial, do you think it would be feasible to create an evergreen fee in the same amount of whatever discount is approved from the landlord, assuming that they're going to be getting that market rate revenue in lieu of an in lieu fee, meaning that the city would have a continual evergreen fund to support that same kind of affordable rent somewhere else?
I mean, the concept of the evergreen fund obviously is an attractive proposition as far as the benefits that the program would provide to the city. I think from the standpoint of a developer considering whether or not to participate in this program, in terms of doing a project that would be subject to it, I think the notion of having an in lieu fee that allows an exit from the program that sort of terminates the obligation from their end is a desirable feature that would be more enticing to them in terms of their participation in the program rather than an ongoing payment. That said, you know, I think I wouldn't say that it wouldn't work at all. I mean, that's just sort of my initial reaction to the concept.
Yeah, it would be, I'll just say one more thing and then I'll be done on this issue. It would be interesting to do a DCF analysis, a discounted cash flow analysis around the two, an evergreen fund or the in lieu fee, because I get the benefit to the developer to pay a full in lieu fee. But it's interesting because the affordable commercial that's being talked about here is evergreen, right? I mean, the idea if that was in the program, that would be in the program forever. And so being a landlord myself, whether I'm giving the discount or I'm taking the money in and funding that to a fund, I would be pretty agnostic personally. And I would think that would be more beneficial to the city. So I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Georgie. Sarah, did you want to ask? That answer? Great. Okay, I guess we're ready to go on.
So since we're talking about in lieu fee contributions, this is one of the key issues that we'll talk about tonight. So as I've been saying in the presentation, this is this below market rate space requirement would replace the phase one increased commercial linkage fee. If there were to be in lieu fee contributions, they would go into what is a new affordable commercial fund that Community Vitality would administer. It would help fund securing other affordable commercial spaces throughout the city. And this, what we're recommending is that staff would evaluate an applicant's request, and it would have to be based on the eligibility criteria that are in the code. And we would make a staff recommendation to planning board on this. And it would be the decision of planning board as part of a site review application, since it's part of the setting up of a space or the alternative too. So inside the ordinance are the list of criteria. It's summarized here as basically looking at some scenarios where it probably would make sense to allow in lieu fees. So for instance, does the primary use have an unreasonable negative impact on the below market rate space? Would the below market rate space conflict with the functionality of the primary use? That one kind of came to mind with, like, you know, Ball Aerospace, for instance. They would have complications with having other uses integrated into their facilities. Is there impacts? Does it impact the ability of obtaining funding for permanently affordable uses due to the mixing of uses in one building? We've heard of some scenarios where getting, you know, certain types of funding for projects that have affordable units is problematic when they have other uses. So we wanted to have some flexibility there. And also, is the space end up being too small? Like, based on the size of the building, maybe it doesn't have a lot of bonus floor area. So does the space end up being too small to be marketable? Or maybe the location is not conducive to the success of that below market rate space, either where it's located or based on the synergy that a use might need to be successful. Like, is there an area where it's so isolated from other uses that it doesn't make sense? So we tried to forecast a number of scenarios that we feel are covered in the criteria, but we look forward to the board feedback on that.
And John, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. So I understand that that several interested parties have recommended that that the planning board not have the discretion on this to determine what's appropriate in terms of either in lieu costs or the space itself. And I presume that's what you're leading up to by having the staff recommendation. But what I'm trying to get to is the degree to which this would allow planning board to make any changes to the staff recommendation.
Well, I mean, if a site review, the way we have it proposed is if a site review project were to come before the planning board at a public hearing and planning board disagreed that the criteria were met and they felt that an on-site space made sense and that these criteria were not met, planning board could overrule the staff recommendation. And then it would be a question about whether, you know, the applicant would move forward with the project based on that.
Thanks. So I was also wondering, in a situation like this, who can decide which space is dedicated to the below market rate purpose? Would it be the developer, or would it be staff or planning board for that matter? Because one can imagine the most undesirable portion of a building being dedicated to that if it's at the discretion of the developer, and that may not be what we really want.
No, it's a good point. I think we would evaluate a design that they have where they have to allocate a minimum amount of space, but we don't have anything in the ordinance that specifies exactly where that space is located. So that could be something we could address.
Thank you.
And I'll just, before we go on, recognize that Lisa Smith has joined us. Thank you. for joining, and we knew you were going to be a bit late tonight. Are you comfortable with joining us in progress and relying on all the information that you've reviewed in the packet for this?
Yes, yeah, I reviewed the packet particularly thoroughly in expectation of being late. So as long as nothing super new has been introduced, I should be well read on what's going on.
Thanks so much, Lisa. And Sarah, you have a question.
I do. So I don't know if I'm going to ask a question of KMA and of Carl and David. Just I'm not a developer, so I'm going to ask you to answer the question in a language I will understand. Dumb it down for me. Did you all do any projections about either what is the, based on development opportunity in Boulder, what the maximum square footage of permanently affordable commercial space could be developed? And the second question, which under this scenario, and a second question of, did you do any sort of projections of, based on sort of past trends of market development, how much affordable commercial space is likely to be developed over 10 years, 20 years? It's very hard to get a sense of what actual outputs this would result in terms of permanently affordable commercial space.
I think the short answer to your question is we didn't analyze those issues. We were focused just at sort of the example project level. It didn't try to extrapolate from that out to, how many over a period of time would you get, or how much over a period of time would you get.
Okay, so
sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say, so that would mean there's sort of no, well, would that have been a number that would be helpful so that you could evaluate the effectiveness of the program?
I think that it's a fair question to ask, certainly. I could add, though, that just to provide a sense of it, if you have a building that is, say, a 4-story building, right? And the first 3 stories are up by right. And then obviously you have then 25% of the building that is bonus. So in that kind of an example, and taking the 5% affordable commercial percentage, then you're talking about 5% of 25%. So that's about 1% of the building. So it's a small component of the building. And I mean, if you have you can obviously apply that to different examples of how much building area you could get participating in the program over time to sort of get a rough sense of it, but haven't done that step.
All right, I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
So getting back to one of the original goals of the project was to also look at some incentives to achieve aims within the comprehensive plan. And in working with KMA, we found as part of phase 1 that there were some zones where it would make sense to, in limited scenarios, allow height modifications. And what they found in their study was that the FAR in some of these zones was so low that it wouldn't provide any incentive for a developer to do it, and that it really was around a 1.0 FAR where it started to make more sense. So we looked at some zones and added the ability to request a floor area bonus from 0.6 up to, in some cases, 1.0 or 1.1 as part of a height bonus to incentivize the project. So we've looked at that again through part of phase 2. We are proposing the addition of MU2 within the code to allow that floor area bonus. But we also looked at a number of other scenarios in the city where it would make sense to allow some flexibility to particularly achieve more permanently affordable housing. So one example is, and we talked about this on April 1st, is that there's a density limitation in the code that requires 1 unit for every 1,600 square feet of lot area, and that applies to the BR1 zone, which you can see in red in the middle of the city. That's the Boulder Valley Regional Center. RH5 areas, which is like some of the student housing areas along Broadway and east of 28th Street. And then the BC zones, BC1, which is like Diagonal Plaza and some of the neighborhood centers, that adding some flexibility there could achieve the aims in the comp plan for more permanently affordable housing. So through a site review with planning board approval, we're proposing that that 1 unit per 1,600 square feet of density limitation would not apply to permanently affordable units. It would apply to market rate units. So that would be one way of incentivizing permanently affordable units in areas where there's a goal of getting more permanently affordable units. And then we're looking at a 50% reduction in open space in the BC 1 zone in order to encourage it in that zone. We're also looking at a 50% reduction in open space in some of the Main Street typology zones. We have, in some cases, you might see a building that's over the height limit that has a 20% open space requirement and doesn't always result in the best, most usable open space when you have a project that's built up to the street in the downtown or along Pearl Street or in the BMS zones. What happens is, in order to meet that requirement, the developers end up pushing the buildings back and creating these like pretty much useless bricked areas that aren't that usable, and it interrupts the streetscape by pushing the building back. So we're proposing some flexibility in asking for a 50% reduction if they can make the case that it's meant to keep the pattern of development consistent when they propose their project. There's another part of the code in BR1 that's a land use intensity modification that allows applicants to request an FAR bonus basically from a 2.0 to a 4.0 if they meet a number of criteria. In our implementation of this, it hasn't been used very much. The criteria are not that, they're actually quite redundant. And also just by virtue of the height limit, setbacks, open space requirements, circulation, landscape requirements, and parking, a lot of getting up to that floor area is very difficult anyway. So we've found that to be a kind of an unuseful part of the code. So what we're proposing is to change that 4.0 FAR down to a 3.0 and then make it in the code so that if an applicant were to go above a 2.0 FAR in the BR1 zone, again, an area where we're hoping to get more permanently affordable housing and more mixed uses, that anything over 2.0 would be subject to the community benefit regulations. So either, more on-site below market rate space, or if it's mostly a residential project, it would be a higher inclusionary housing requirement for those sites. So you can see on the map that, the locations of these are fairly limited. They're in areas where we anticipate to see development. They're largely located in neighborhood centers or along multimodal corridors.
Sarah has a question.
Yeah. So I've been trying to grasp the intention of the BR1 RH5 BC2 zone modification. And what I think it's meant to do is to, at least how it read in the packet, was that it has to do with the number of dwelling units per acre. Is that correct, Carl?
Yes.
Okay, so basically it's your number of dwelling units per acre, which in these 3 zones is 27.2 dwelling units per acre. Any permanently affordable housing in a development in these zones would not count towards the 27.2 per acre.
Correct. So again, there's other limiting factors. Obviously, they would have to still meet, the floor area limits, the parking requirements.
And can I just interrupt? Sarah, are you still reading us? Because you froze. sorry, Carl. I think Sarah may have to reconnect, or we could look in the chat to see if you can hear the answer to the question.
I had to turn my video off and on a bunch in the beginning. She may be having the same issue. She's really thinking about that next word.
I know. Yeah, feel free to text us in the chat. Sarah's going to reconnect. So are there any other questions people had on this slide? Ah, here we go. So Carl was in the process of answering your last question. Thank you.
So as part of the consideration of this project, we all know about the jobs housing imbalance. And if you look at the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, it talks about how can you encourage more housing, but even smaller units in certain areas of the city to try to offset that jobs housing imbalance. So that's one of the primary reasons we're proposing this 1 unit, but for 1,600 square feet of lot area, relaxing that for permanently affordable units. Just because we've heard from the development community that a lot of times that 27 dwelling units per acre often deters them from adding housing to those areas of the city. There are other zones that do not have a dwelling units per acre maximum, and those areas have seen some additional units. But in the areas where the comp plan is talking about adding units, this is a restriction that almost encourages developers, if they do units there, to actually do larger units. So we've heard this repeatedly from the development community that this would create an incentive for smaller units and permanently affordable units.
But how does this connect to community benefit, to the conversation we're having about community benefit? Because we're talking about commercial, affordable commercial, and this has to do with residential. And is this connected to the height restriction, the bonus height, or is this just a change in the proposed change in the zone, in the code in the zone?
This one wouldn't necessarily be connected to the height. It would be the additional intensity piece. The original goals of the project were, again, to identify other incentives beyond just the, affordable commercial space or affordable housing on how can you get more permanently affordable housing. It also dovetails with the site review project that we're also working on as part of this. I mean, we're working on basically the same part of the site review criteria. So this was an opportunity to also address these things that have been problematic in the code.
So Carl, would it be fair to say that that there are things in the ordinance that are meant to address impacts of the affordable commercial proposal in ways that would correct for imbalances on the housing side as well? So even though these aren't directly related to commercial, it's an improvement that that we're looking at as a result of the other things that are being proposed.
No, that's correct. I mean, there is many facets of things that we were to look at as part of this project.
I think I saw some other things in the ordinance where you were cleaning up some stuff in the code.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions before we go on?
Well, along that, that if we go back to that, that first bullet, I guess the question is, why remove that entirely? Why not just reduce it for affordable housing? I'm curious how you got to just eliminating it, open space for those units.
I mean, I think partly for simplicity, but again, I mean, remember that there's a number of zones throughout the city that don't have this 1 unit per 16 square foot limitation. And we still get, appropriate projects. We don't get, an insane amount of density. There are other limiting factors about how many units can result there, but we felt that that this particular stipulation in the code is more of a suburban model in an area that, if you read the comprehensive plan, is meant to become, less suburban shopping center and more mixed use, more walkable with more residential units on upper floors. So we felt it was appropriate in these areas.
Can I just follow up with a question? So Carl, doesn't that push development in the direction of stacked flats and limit the opportunity for different types of housing in some of our old shopping areas?
I mean, I don't necessarily think that that's the case. I think it's dependent on the project and the intensity of the area. Obviously, some of the neighborhood centers are a lower intensity and don't allow as much floor area. So you might see more stacked flats in the BR1 area, but not as much in the BC areas that have, more, limiting intensity.
But if we're in the BC2 zones, if we're eliminating or we're changing the intensity standard, then that limiting factor is eliminated. Did I freeze again? Sorry.
I'm sorry, which limiting factor?
The change to the dwelling units per acre. I'm trying to understand the implications of the change of the dwelling units per acre. And the reason I want to understand it is, and I mean, helps to frame the question. In the use table update, we really tried to focus on how to transform the neighborhood center shopping areas into more mixed developments that could be a location for a real diversity of housing. And what I'm trying to understand is, what are the implications if you change the density, the intensity allowances, and the reduction in open space requirements? What are the implications for that effort to transform, to utilize all those acres for something other than just stacked flats? It's not an opposition to stacked flats. It's a focus on trying to get as much housing diversity as we can. So I'm trying to understand the implications of these proposed changes.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing in the requirements that mandate, other than the criteria that we have in the code now about diversity of housing types. But I think we would have to explore other ways of mandating diversity of housing types. We've talked about that, as part of the use standards project, maybe applying the RMX2 requirements in other zones. We haven't done that yet. So I think one of the implications could be more stacked units, but some of these neighborhood centers, I think there is a vision to see, retail on the ground floor with units above. So that's why we felt it was appropriate.
We can talk
Okay.
more about that in
Yes,
deliberation.
of course. Thank you for letting me finish my questions.
Thank you.
So we touched on this before. There was a question about the exemptions from Appendix J and exemptions for projects that wouldn't have to do community benefit. I was talking about the 2-story industrial example or the single family example. We are proposing some changes to that section. So the 40% of floor area is still in the code. We're proposing to clean that up a bit and actually tighten it up a bit and make it so it's a minimum of 40% of the floor area of the project, but also that at least 40% of the units would have to be permanently affordable units. And we also wanted to make it clear that that particular project couldn't apply to a project where they're using that off-site location to meet the requirements from another site. So we wanted to add that to this particular section. And to answer the question that was posed about the delta between this and the current affordable housing project, is there really hasn't been a delta there, other than we've pretty much written this to be of benefit to those projects that are predominantly almost 100% permanently affordable, that are done by affordable agencies like Boulder Housing Partners. It's really targeted to those types of projects to give them flexibility to locate anywhere in the city. So that's why this particular language is different than what we have in the community benefit regs. We've also added, based on some input we've gotten, an exemption for buildings that require elevation above a flood protection elevation. This would be like if they're not adding a 4th or a 5th story, they're no more than 3 stories. we're allowing a little bit of flexibility to do a height modification for up to 5 feet in order to allow a building to be elevated if it's in a flood zone. So that's something that's not in the code now, and we felt that that would be appropriate to add.
John had a question on that.
Yeah, with respect to the flood exception, that 5-foot increase, does that pertain to the 55-foot absolute limit, or is it just the other limits?
Just
that,
the zone
neighborhoods-
district limit. So a 35-foot height limit, they could go to 40 feet with a height modification if it's meant for flood zone purposes.
And would this just be in the 100-year flood zone, or are we talking about floodways and you know?
I mean,
hazardous-
it's usually to elevate the first floor elevation above the 100-year floodplain. They call it the flood protection level, I think is like 2 feet higher than the 100-year floodplain.
Right. So it would be limited to that.
Yeah. And, you know, in no case would this allow a 60-foot building in the city.
And it would also not allow construction in any floodway that otherwise it would be forbidden as well.
Yeah, the flood regulations would prohibit that.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah, do you have one?
Yes, I have another question. Did any of these proposed zoning changes go through any sort of public process?
I think they were mentioned in some of the outreach meetings we did, but not explicitly. Some of these seemed fairly straightforward to us.
Okay, thank you.
On that point, I'll jump into engagement. I've talked about this before. We've been working on this project since 2018, so there's been a variety of ways we've gotten input on this project through the years. I'll try to go through this quickly, but we've used the Be Heard Boulder questionnaire. We had a number of focus groups at the beginning of the project that reached out to different parts of the city. We had open houses that we called Codapaloozas. We've had stakeholder meetings. We've done Channel 8 segments. We've done community information events. We've still had focus group meetings up to the present. We've reached out to a number of groups to make them aware of this. Obviously, in the last year, it's been all online, but we've been able to successfully do focus group meetings on this and meeting with different groups. We've also done office hours. This slide is basically a summary of some of the recent feedback that I think you've been receiving. I think in regards to phase 2, there's been broad support for the benefits that are associated with the uses that are included with the below market rate space. We've heard from the arts and human services community that they're supportive of the reduced rents. The development community is obviously more supportive of the in lieu contributions, as we've been talking about, and would prefer that the program be more simplified and administered by Community Vitality and not have the planning board involvement in the eligibility criteria. There's support from many in the development community for removing the Appendix J map entirely. We have heard that there's some concerns that the program is too complex and potentially unpredictable. But we've also heard from people with different perspectives that, you know, maybe this is new territory and that maybe it's appropriate to implement phase 2 as a pilot and see how it goes, and that we're going to have to adjust as necessary. If you've read the recent chamber correspondence, they talk about having this program monitored at least every 18 to 24 months to assess the effectiveness of the program. And we agree with that. I mean, I think there may need to be some adjustments to, you know, the percentages, the economy might change. So it is something that I think makes sense to reevaluate. So I'm just going to briefly go over the key issues that we talk about. I've talked about most of the main issues in the presentation. The first one just kind of broadly talks about does planning board support the process and requirements that are enumerated in the ordinance, and does planning board have any suggestions for modifications? Our perspective on this and our recommendation is that the ordinance would meet the goals and objectives that were set out at the beginning of the process. We found that it's consistent with a number of BVCP policies on community benefit, economy, and housing. We've listed the relevant policies on the slide, also within the packet. So that's one of the reasons we're recommending approval. The second piece talks about the in lieu fee eligibility. We've talked about this before through this presentation, the perspective from some of the development community that there's a preference towards just doing in lieu and not having it be a discretionary approval about whether in lieu is paid or not. The staff recommendation follows the guidance that we've gotten from City Council. City Council has largely been supportive of in lieu fees, in lieu fee contributions to an affordable commercial fund, but has shown a preference towards on-site below market rate. So we feel that the way the eligibility criteria are set up and that it would be part of the site review application with a staff recommendation coming to planning board, that would put more weight on having below market rate space provided on site, but does set up scenarios where it would be appropriate to deviate from that. So we are, that's why our staff recommendation is that planning board have that discretion. Lastly, on the Appendix J expiration date, as planning board is aware, as you've acted on the last ordinance, it would expire on August 31st, 2021. We are asking whether planning board would support an ordinance moving forward to council. We feel based on the deadline for going to council that we might as well put the ordinance together that would extend it to when we are proposing to have the phase 2 requirements go effective, which would be on January 1st, 2022. Again, we're recommending that so that we have time to put together the administrative rules and update application materials. If planning board wasn't comfortable with the Appendix J map expiring either at all, or because the phase 2 requirements wouldn't apply when it expired, or because the site review criteria update isn't complete as of yet, the board could move that the map be extended to the end of the year. One of the consequences of it expiring would just mean that it would open up a citywide application of the community benefit program. But remember that we already do have the phase 1 permanently affordable requirements in the code, so that would apply in that time period if the map were not extended. So we just wanted to make that clear.
Carol, will the code be updated by August 31st to also talk about the zones, or is that not going to be finished till the end of the year?
That would not be in there, but we could potentially put that language in the new ordinance for Appendix J.
Mm-hmm.
That's also an option.
Yeah, because whenever I hear citywide, I think of that kind of, it's too simplified because we have a lot of zones where you just couldn't do that. So so if we had this 4-month period, nobody would be coming in and putting up a proposal that would be out of the limits of what are being put in the ordinance. Is that correct?
Yeah, and we could certainly do that as well. We could add that map to Appendix J for an interim period. So obviously a lot of information was covered tonight. I'm coming back to the original slide of, what would Ordinance 8469 do? We've talked through all these issues about adding the on-site below market rate space requirements as part of phase 2, the thresholds between phase 1 and 2, outlining the process for how the uses get established or changed or terminated. And we've talked about the in lieu fee contributions to the new affordable commercial fund. And we've also talked about the new modifications that would be the incentives consistent with the goals of the project. So based on our assessment, we're recommending approval to the planning board. We're asking that if planning board makes a motion to council, that planning board recommend approval of ordinance 8469. This is the motion language. And then we're also asking for a motion on the Appendix J ordinance. So that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Well, thank you, Carl. So are there any more questions for staff before we move on to public comment? And I think I kind of made a little bit of a faux pas by telling the public it would be a little earlier that we get to that. So I apologize for that. I was forgetting how detailed this subject is. Any other questions before we go on? And we will have a chance to get staff to discuss with us while we're deliberating. John?
Yeah, I'm wondering if staff has made any sort of an assessment of either of the actual demand for subsidized commercial space, or the degree or the order of magnitude of the supply that this recommended ordinance would create.
Yeah, I mean, we've done, like I said, a lot of outreach. We've met with the Human Service Alliance. They've conveyed to me that there's definitely a need for subsidized space in the city of Boulder. I've met with them several times. They've noted to me that there are businesses that are struggling and that they opt to often move out of the city of Boulder to find more affordable space outside the city. So we definitely sense a demand. We've been working with the Office of Arts and Culture. I've been meeting with folks in the arts community. They've also showed that there's a demand. And we've talked to them about, the restrictions on the market rate, the 50% and the 75%. We've gotten some data from them. It's very variable, but in general, they've conveyed to me that they feel that, most of their membership feels that those restrictions on the market rate would certainly make it more possible for them to stay in the city of Boulder.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's anecdotal stuff that I guess we've all heard. I'm wondering if there's any numbers available.
They've provided us with numbers. It's, again, I say it's very variable. Some of them actually, own their spaces or they get them subsidized through different methods, but it just, in conversations with them, they've indicated to us that they felt that those restrictions on the market rate would work for them. Not necessarily everyone, but we've heard a positive reaction to it. They've given us numbers, but a lot of it is, some of them don't want to disclose all their information. So it's been a little bit challenging to get, really detailed data on that.
Sarah?
Oh.
John, did you have a follow-up to that?
Well, my follow-up was simply to inquire what the impact of a program like this would have on the commercial real estate market in Boulder in general.
I might defer to Community Vitality or KMA on that one.
David, did you want to chime in on?
I can give it a shot, and others can certainly add, but I mean, my impression is that the amount of space that you would expect to be delivered through this program is going to be fairly modest to begin with. And so I would think it will create some space for a few users over time, as projects get developed under the program, but I wouldn't expect to have sort of broad implications to the commercial real estate market, just because it's probably not a huge amount of space that you're talking about being delivered through the program.
I don't think we have anything to supplement that answer.
Thank you.
Thanks. So now, Sarah, you had a question.
I've forgotten what my question was. I'm sorry.
Well, we'll have plenty of time to chat about this.
I do remember it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So the eligibility criteria for businesses is any business with revenues of less than 2.5 million and employees of 49 or less. That's, at least in terms of employees, that's like 96% of businesses in Boulder. So, if you're a startup and you have money from your investors, that doesn't count as revenue. So you could conceivably be relatively flush with money, but be eligible under the particular criteria that are established here. So how would the city, who would be in charge of picking and choosing the folks who get to enjoy even this limited benefit, the limited space that might be built?
Well, it would be something that would be considered through an administrative review as proposed in the ordinance. So planning staff would work with Office of Arts and Culture as well as Community Vitality on any of these uses. So if that particular use came in, it would have to be the property owner would have to be responsible for finding a tenant that meets those qualifications. And then we would evaluate that as part of an administrative review and set up a restrictive covenant that would restrict them to that category.
And Mark, thanks for joining us. Did you or Yvette want to chime in on that, or was that, I saw you turn on your video.
Yeah, thanks for that. Carl covered it well. We certainly don't want to be in the position of choosing a winner or loser, so to speak, as Sarah's mentioning. We have tried to cast the criteria in a broader net to make sure that anybody that would be eligible could realize the opportunity. It would be on the property owner or developer to choose the viable business and the qualifying business. And then we would review it from a compliance perspective from there. And just for questions that do come up, we also have Jennifer Pinsino from Community Vitality. She's our senior program manager, and I'm the senior manager for economic vitality in the Department of Community Vitality.
Great, thank you all for being here. Georgie.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for answering my questions ahead of time, because that helps kind of get through some of this quicker, and I appreciate that. To follow up kind of on Sarah's question, but to elaborate a little bit more. So as I understand it now that you've answered some of the questions, the discount in rent does not include any pass-throughs. That would be 100%. And then on top of that, it does not include any negotiations around build out or free rent. As a landlord myself, that's a holistic calculation from a commercial real estate perspective. So it's often when you go into these negotiations for a 5 or 10 year lease, you're going to consider a different rental rate based on how much the tenant needs for a build out, a tenant improvement allowance, or free rent. And that will drive some of that rental rate. And so in the case where the developer is being asked to deliver this as vanilla shell, there could be circumstances where someone would have to pay literally hundreds of thousands of dollars to build out the space for themselves. And they may not have the same negotiating leverage as someone who's paying market rate. It does not seem like that's contemplated in here. However, what's interesting about what Sarah brought up, and that's kind of where I'm headed with this, is if you had the criteria where a company was not having any revenue, but had 10 to 20 employees and had, investors, which a lot of companies do in town, it sounds conceptually like they could qualify for this program, but then would have the money to build out. And from if the landlord is picking, putting myself in the landlord's shoes, I'd rather have a tenant who's backed by a bunch of investors who can afford to build out their space and at the same time give them the discount with the hopes that this will turn into market rate eventually, and then I can pay a cash in lieu off the off ramp. And so have you considered that? And if you have, I guess the question is, it seems like it's an area where we might want to focus in on narrowing the focus of this to really support the organizations that the goals of the program were initially thought about. Sorry, there's a lot in there to unpack.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start by saying that we certainly struggled with the definition of trying to encompass what a small business is. We were trying to hone it in to a definition that we felt would be more of a community benefit from the perspective of allowing, minority owners or women owners. There were just some issues related to applying that from a legal perspective that made us have to go down the road of making that definition a little bit more broad. I think we understood that obviously broadening it out might bring in a bigger net of uses into that space. But I think as far as like using the off-ramp eventually, I mean, they still have to come in with a application to like show that they're having, difficulties or they meet that provision where they've gone beyond the profits to get out. So we felt that there should be that flexibility in the code.
You think that your answer to me was that 62% of all Boulder businesses qualify for that under that one provision. You guys don't think that's too broad a net? Do you think that meets the goals of what the city was trying to achieve in this?
No, it does raise a concern, and we talked about that. I mean, one way of refining it is we could limit those to, like retail type uses. We've identified retail as a need in the city of Boulder. We want to protect it. It's been identified in the citywide retail strategy. So that particular provision could be tightened up to just be retail, for instance.
And I would, Carl, just expand on that quickly. One of the reasons that we were trying to craft a small business definition was based on the original policy direction to try to figure out how to retain and attract our small businesses in the city. 62% is a good number for us in a strong local economy, and we'd certainly want to maintain that number. I think there are certain projects in certain areas where retail may not work, may not be feasible. And so again, trying to focus on cast the widest net possible so that we can have as many on-site affordable commercial options so that we're not always going down the in-lieu path. So I totally understand it's a balance, and by opening it up, it does open it up to all different types of small businesses.
Yeah, and I'll stop and let someone else go. But the disconnect for me there is, on one side, you have David from KMA saying that only a modest amount of space is going to be delivered, a very modest amount. And then we have 62% of all businesses being conceptually eligible in Boulder. And it just seems like it doesn't really connect with perhaps finding the best use of very modest space. So anyways, that's more of a stay. We can get more of that in more deliberations. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Jennifer, did you want to add anything? I saw you come off, but.
No, I was what Mark was saying about the retail is just keeping it more flexible.
Right.
And I guess the other point I would make about that 62%, most of them currently have space, and many of them have very well-established locations. So the number that would be in the market for space might be just a subset of that.
Great, thank you. So, oh, and Sarah, you had a question? Oops, muting.
Yeah, sorry, I have two laptops going at once. I guess this is actually a question for KMA, which is, given the projection that this would, I'm just reading your quote, the amount of space to be delivered will be very modest. It will create space for a few users over time. Why would a developer participate in this program?
Well, obviously the developer is interested in receiving the additional height and the additional potential floor area in some areas. And that's why they would be interested in participating. And, you know, they would, in some cases, be interested in having a tenant that fits the criteria of the program that they might like to include in their project as well.
But they could conceivably do that. They could choose to rent. I mean, they could choose to have some space. There's benefits here that the developers would get that we haven't touched on at all, which we will just touch on in, well, at least I will touch on in deliberation. But I'm just trying to understand. Your task was to figure out what were the right numbers to make sure that this was sort of an equivalent cost benefit to the affordable housing component, so that there wouldn't be so that developers wouldn't choose one over the other, right? That they would both would be options they could consider.
So in 2019, we did sort of this phase one effort where we looked at what these projects that would be participating in the program, you know, what is the value created by that participation in the program relative to what would be a cost of a community benefit that they could provide based on that value that's created. So that was sort of the phase one effort. And then this phase two effort was what you've described, Board Member Silver, is that they would, that we equated that first phase cost where there was this linkage, additional linkage fee established to this affordable commercial space option.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And you can just call me Sarah.
Thanks.
I like the title. Okay, so are we okay? Oh, John?
Yeah, thank you. Further on this question of how much demand there actually is for the space that might be created, I'm trying to get a sense of the relative demand of, say, nonprofit and social service and art-related organizations versus the for-profit world. Do you have any sense of that?
I mean, I think I've just, again, in conversation, like we've seen a lot of comments that lend to nonprofits seeing a need and that they're struggling the most in the city, and therefore there's a demand. And most of the uses that are listed as qualifying community benefit uses are in that nonprofit category.
I see. So, I mean, again, no quantification of that, just a anecdotal type response.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no other questions, and we'll have plenty of opportunities to delve into the, you know, to the evaluation that went into this when we deliberate as well. It is time for our public hearing, but I do believe that it's been almost 2 hours since people have had a break. So if people wouldn't mind, let's go ahead and take let's make it just 7 minutes, and we can take another break later. I want to get to the public, but 7 minutes at 7:57, get back together, a quick break, and then we'll go to the public comment. Oh, and oh yeah, when we start up, I'll say it. Okay, it looks like people are coming back together here. I'll look for a couple more videos to come on and then we'll get going. And I guess I'll be handing it over to Eugene for the process once we get started.
Looks like we've got a couple folks lined up, Lori Call and Kari Palazzari and Lisa Spalding with hands up. So David, just let me know when you're ready, when you're ready to start.
I'm kind of looking to see if we got everybody back here. And there was one thing, yeah, while we're waiting, there was one thing that I was going to say that I kind of forgot to say, and that was I wanted to really thank Carl and the entire team for that presentation. This has been a really difficult thing for people to understand. It's got a lot of moving parts, and we've all struggled to over. This has been going on since I was started on planning board, so it's not an easy thing to present, and I really think that the presentation helped us to understand. And from the questions that I heard, I think people are really sort of understanding a lot of things about it. So that was a big accomplishment in getting us ready for our public hearing and our deliberation. So thanks so much for that. I know how hard it is to get these points across. So with that, I will turn it over to Jean to start calling on people in the public hearing. Again, you're going to be given 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and if not your full address, at least the neighborhood you live in. And we'd also like to hear if you're representing an organization when you speak.
Thank you, David. I'm going to try to do the timer, but I'll watch and see. It was moving kind of slow before. So if it's moving slow, I'll just turn it off and I'll do the little bell at the end of 3 minutes. So very good. Lori, you should be able to unmute and you can go ahead and get started.
Thank you. I'm Lori Call, Senior Director of Policy, Transportation, and Sustainability at the Boulder Chamber, 2440 Pearl Strait. As you consider an affordable commercial program as a community benefit, we hope you'll review our comprehensive feedback, which was included in your packet and also noted by Carl. It includes insights gathered from local development professionals, property owners, architects, builders, and commercial real estate brokers. We greatly appreciate the city's planning and community vitality staff soliciting this input, and we'll continue to gather feedback from industry professionals as this item continues to be addressed. In summary, we have 6 key points. First, we urge you to adopt a clear, predictable process that generates positive outcomes for the community, small businesses, and nonprofits. Second, we recommend the program be managed by the city's community vitality staff. The team has the best expertise to determine market viability and changing dynamics and can provide economic support for those that will occupy the spaces. Third, allow cash in lieu payments where on-site affordable commercial isn't unfeasible. Payments can fund a community vitality program for tenant recruitment, rent assistance, tenant build out, building purchases, property tax offset, and other initiatives to help small businesses afford to stay in Boulder. It can also be leveraged to fund more significant long-term investments, including building acquisition, land acquisition, property management, infrastructure improvements, and energy upgrades that are much harder in small spaces scattered in privately held buildings. Fourth, use the inclusionary housing program as a model. That highly successful program effectively administers and develops extensive affordable housing options and is an appropriate model for this initiative. Fifth, make this program flexible to address changing market dynamics. And every 18 to 24 months, assess the progress and the program's effectiveness and leverage lessons learned to evolve it over time. Finally, we strongly advocate for the expiration of Appendix J as approved by City Council. It was projected to sunset in concert with this community benefit planning process, and we believe the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, not Appendix J, should serve as the city's guide to determine where tolerability inns are compatible with their surroundings and can help achieve community goals like increased housing options. On behalf of the Boulder Chamber, we appreciate your consideration of the feedback from our industry professionals as you assess this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Okay, next up is Kari. Kari, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, there we go. I am Carrie Pellizzari. I'm the Executive Director of Studio Arts Boulder. We manage the Pottery Lab, which is in a city-owned historic fire station on Uni Hill. We are also about to build a Center for Community Art Education in the new neighborhood at 47th and Independence. I'm speaking in support of the ordinance, but with a few specific concerns. Subsidized rent definitely helps us keep programs at the Pottery Lab affordable and accessible, but we still can't keep up with demand. All 150 adult spots in our current session were filled within 8 minutes. And we had another 144 unique adults on wait lists. Thankfully, we do own a piece of land to expand, but that project has been hindered by the FAR rules. Our new building could have served many more community needs, more space for artists, programs, and other types of nonprofits if we had been allowed to build out, even if not up, so with a bonus FAR. It's been a bit maddening, I have to say, to have a city so adamant about getting people out of cars, but then limit buildable space based on parking. Our project is a bit of an opportunity lost because the city's rules don't necessarily support the city's goals. On many fronts, the city's trying to create tools to support artists, arts organizations, and nonprofits, and this ordinance is another tool, except that the current draft wouldn't even address a project like ours. We're in a BT zone, which staff is recommending be exempt because they're worried about height, but BT zones are exactly the kind of areas that allow for serendipitous encounters with the arts that the cultural plan seeks, and human services organizations could be closer to the humans that they serve. So my first request is that you reconsider how BT zones are treated and allow for greater FAR in those zones, even if not greater height. Another limitation is that this draft doesn't address owner-occupied properties like ours. So there's no provision for us to take advantage of this program based on the community benefit that we provide. It's all based on rentals. In fact, it's actually worse because not only do we have to live by the FAR rules, but we're still required to pay permit and linkage fees. So my second request is to please waive or reduce fees for nonprofits as another way to incentivize or to reduce financial burdens. I have other thoughts about the 3-year consecutive year requirement. That's a barrier to entry for nonprofits. It means they would have to find other spaces first and make it work before they could get a below market rate. And then also the rules about perpetuity for nonprofits have a lot more complexity that's just not addressed here. So the community benefit concept has come a long, long way, and we are thrilled to finally see the language taking shape, but there's still major gaps and contradictions when it comes to nonprofits and arts organizations. So I just hope that you would take another stab at addressing those, hopefully not going to a phase 3, but there's still more work to be done. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Carrie. Okay, next up is Lisa Spalding. Lisa, you should be able to unmute. There you go.
Thank you, Jane. Lisa Spalding, I'm speaking for Plan Boulder County. Plan Boulder County supports exploration of below market rate commercial space as a community benefit option, but has significant concerns with the clarification of the goal, how it will be implemented, and the likelihood of unintended consequences. Community benefit phase 1 was planned effectively and straightforwardly because the city had a long history of providing affordable housing. Community benefit phase 2 is a brand new concept that is far more complex. Ordinance 8469 implements a community benefit that means different things to developers, the business community, and the residents of Boulder. The ordinance is so overly complicated that it's impossible to tell whether it will accomplish the original goal that inspired the request for affordable commercial space, protecting small local businesses that are either being displaced by new development or priced out of the city by rising commercial rents. We have the following broad concerns. The program should focus on providing benefits to the community in general, not on benefits to specific industries. Boulder has a thriving venture capital industry that finances startups and smaller businesses. Eligibility criteria must include more than the number of people employed at a business and its profitability. It should also include how a business benefits the overall community. For instance, how would a small business that is owned by a non-Boulder resident, employs non-Boulder residents, and delivers a product that is not used in Boulder be a benefit to the Boulder community? Additionally, 49 people and 2.5 million in profit is too big for this program. And 80% of the city's businesses have fewer than 20 employees. So maybe you should start looking there as a maximum. Because this is such a new idea, we believe that it should be treated as a pilot program to test the concept, identify problems with implementation, and evaluate the effectiveness of the program. Staff has already identified the 30 Pearl project, a mixed-use development that will include commercial space as below market rates as an affordable commercial pilot. Until the pilot is completed, the city should continue with the current community benefit of affordable housing. Density modifications should be removed and dealt with separately. They further complicate an already complex program, and the land use changes themselves raise serious questions about density and open space, which can't be given a full critical appraisal in the context of this ordinance. Appendix J should be extended until community benefit phase 2 is implemented. This would allow for a more detailed analysis of appropriate zones to be excluded besides low density residential. It would also allow time to consider the protection of view corridors called out in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. Lastly, care should be taken to ensure that this program does not increase the imbalance between jobs and housing by incentivizing commercial space. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, next up is Lynn Siegel, and after that I see no other hands. So if there are others who would like to address the board, please use the raise hand function now or let me know in the chat. Lynn, you can go ahead.
I think that this brings to mind the worst nightmare that I've seen lately, and that's the Arts and Crafts Co-op and Red Letter Books. And we're losing our base. And I think a lot more than a moderate amount of affordable commercial space has to be happening in Boulder. I think that when I chased down some of these spaces and I found WW Reynolds and I found Tebow and Linda Gibbons White and Lori Call and John Taylor and all of this and yet we lost the Arts and Crafts Co-op. How could that possibly happen in this town? There's just no excuse for that. So think of whatever you could do to make that happen. I think there needs to be a point system instead of this deal making with extra height or parking, concessions and indiscreet things happening. If you have a point system, then your client, your developer can figure out point by point, oh, I have to go this far with jobs housing balance. I have to have this many service people at this much of an income and this many service people at that much of an income and this much housing for that yay much of an income. And then it simplifies everything. It makes the meetings shorter. It clarifies what actually gets done and avoids the law of unintended consequences. I'm not in marketing, so I don't know exactly how all of this works, but I do know that the jobs housing balance really needs to be very strictly enforced and parameters made that you actually have to get towards in your point system. And then there's not a lot of confusion, and there's not a lot of, you know, like people have mentioned, it's complicated. The more complicated it gets, the more, you know, the worse it is for general community benefit. The community has to understand what they're getting. And I agree with Lori on one thing, that it should be agile, and that could be a good thing. But I think it needs to go a lot further, a lot more. There should be no more in lieu at all, no in lieu, and much higher inclusionary zoning, much higher cost to the developer. There's just too much up value going on in this town that's driving people away, and it's to the point where it is, you know, Vygotsky is moving to Denver.
That's 3 minutes, Lynn. If you could wrap up, please.
So make it with more constraints on the developer, a lot more constraints on the developer. I don't think the developers are gonna go away. I think this town has plenty of, you know, pent up demand. So let's be bold.
Thank you, Lynn.
Okay, did we see anybody else on the list with a raised hand at this point?
Those are all the names that with raised hands and nothing in the chat. So I think that's everyone who would like to speak.
Excellent. Okay, well, thank you so much to the public for those really relevant comments. We very much appreciate that. And I think that we'll take a lot of that into account as we discuss this. And did staff want to respond to anything during public comment, or shall we move right on to discussion? If I don't
have any response.
Okay.
Great. Well, we can always loop back and again call on anyone from the staff or the consultants to weigh in on anything. So with that, we have 3 key issues in front of us. Key issue 1's the big one. It's really the discussion about the ordinance. We could potentially try to, you know, maybe break it up into 2 sections where we talk first about kind of the height and FLORA bonus and all the kind of processy kind of things. And then maybe we could talk about the density modifications being proposed, because those are kind of the 2 major areas within there, if that might help us kind of structure our discussion. So I'll go ahead and open it up if people would like to weigh in on the height and FLORA bonus proposal and the process for things like off-ramp and cash in lieu and how the and the criteria. Those are all kind of in that area.
Can we ask staff to take down the slides so we can see each other?
Great.
Thank you very much.
Great. So anyone want to kick us off? I mean, I'd be glad to if I, you know, let's see, I've been on the board for quite some time looking at this thing, so I could kind of just give it a 10,000 foot introduction of my perspective on this. You know, I see a lot of BVCP policies addressed here that we've been concerned about for a long time, and I think we saw those well presented in the staff recommendation. I do think that there are lots of there are a lot of smart people in the room, and there are a lot of additional things that the consultants could have maybe examined. I read all through the Kaiser Marston analysis and felt like there were a lot of good, there was a lot of good data presented as to how the outcomes are going to be more predictable. But I think it's very hard to cover everything. So I know that there will be some really good ideas, but I don't know how much of that might get us into the territory of trying to perfect things so much that we just never get there. And we have been working on this for a long time. So I just want to, you know, remind us that, you know, that there could be some really nice things that we could suggest that could be done as part of this, but I wouldn't want to necessarily go back to square one unless we really thought that we had something really important that had been missed. And then I was just going to, oh yeah, the off-ramp mechanism seems good. I think that what Georgie brought up with the Evergreen Fund was really interesting. So I don't know if that might warrant a little bit of discussion. But I think if both were offered, maybe it would be very hard to get developers to or property owners to choose the Evergreen Fund. But anyway, that was pretty interesting. And what else was I? Oh, and I just wanted to also say that that I kind of agree with people who have said there needs to be reevaluation of this because it is new territory. We don't have a lot of cities that have done programs like this. So I would like to see in a year or two us come back and look and maybe make adjustments. And I think that Boulder has to get a little bit better at doing course adjustments. It shouldn't be so costly to do an ordinance to fine tune a program. So this, and we have done it with ADUs and we've done it with co-ops and things. So we know how to do that kind of thing. So we should make this a program that feeds from its successes and from its shortcomings and is open for adjustment. So those are just kind of my high level comments. Sarah, you want to go next?
Unless George wants to go next.
Well, I just have one kind of clarification note to go before me, but to your point, David, I thought it was a great idea to segment sort of the commercial and the density things. And it sounded like you were almost speaking almost entirely to the commercial stuff. So I'm on board with trying to break those apart so we can really address them thoughtfully. But I wanted to kind of run that by before we get into deep discussion so that we can organize our thoughts.
Yeah, I tried to stay away from talking about the zones and things, which I thought was more in that second section. But yeah, I may have kind of, you know, by doing the 10,000 foot, I may have encompassed some of that. But yeah, I would like to kind of talk about some of those zoning things and in the second half of this. Yeah.
Okay, so we're not talking about the zoning things. We are talking about process requirements and criteria. Is that correct?
And also the height and floor bonus, you know, the numbers that were put together for height and floor bonus.
Okay, so I want to start by saying I really appreciate all the hard work and I am highly skeptical in general. So I will try to limit what my 10,000 foot comments right now to the process and requirements and criteria. So I feel like this is a extremely complicated process for what is likely to be very modest outcomes. And just quoting David again from KMA, I would prefer that, or I agree with Lori Call from the chamber that there should really be, if we're going to do this, it has to be a significantly more simplified approach. And my experience on this board from the last two times we have discussed this was there was a lot of discomfort with how, everyone thought it was way too complicated, and I'm not sure it's gotten less complicated. So that's item number one. In terms of the criteria for eligible businesses, very, very, very broad, way too broad. And I think that we have not defined very clearly what we really mean in this phase 2 by community benefit. We've named the types of businesses or nonprofits, but we haven't really been clear about what we mean by community benefit. There's a big difference between the needs of a cultural organization and a nonprofit organization and a business. And I don't have to be a developer or a landlord to know that. The needs are just entirely different. And I feel like we have not created a program. What's being proposed here is not nuanced in that way to best reflect the needs that the differing needs, nor does it prioritize local arts groups and social service organizations that serve our public versus businesses. And from my perspective, the first two are fall far more completely into the definition of a community benefit than does a local business, a business. And it's not being anti-business, but there's just our arts organizations are dependent on grants. They are not for-profit entities. They don't have the opportunity to make a ton of money. So I just want to say that I support a comment that was made in one of the focus groups by an arts organization urging the creation of an arts, a cultural center, a cultural hub of some kind. And that I really would wish that that had been a sort of goal in mind and trying to think through a mechanism that would get us there. I'm sorry that I have so much to say, but this is, as we all know, this is a super complex project. So in terms of process requirements and criteria, I guess I don't know if this falls into this category or into the land use changes, but what's being proposed will provide developers with significant amount of additional market rate commercial space. And going on David from KMA's comments, I think it was, like it would be one, in the example he gave, it would be 1% of the total space in a business of a building of a certain size. But and then we never talk about what the developer, the owner of the building is going to receive in terms of a benefit, the benefit being all of this additional commercial space, which then feeds into our jobs housing imbalance, because all that space will be filled, presumably with employees. And because of the way the structure of the cash in lieu / affordable benefit is set up, that additional commercial space is not being charged the additional 1.43 affordable housing cash in lieu, despite the fact that it is additional space where people who will work will live. So I have a significant concern about that. Let's see, hold on. Okay, I think for now, in terms of, well, also, I'm going to put out what I'll leave it at that. I've got a bunch of ideas, but I will leave it at that.
Okay, and we can always loop around as ideas pop up as other people speak. Peter, you want to go?
Sure. Thank you, Sarah, for those comments. And I wanted to tag on to something you said and agree, and I've mentioned it before, that the idea of a hub like the Alliance Center in Denver that attracts nonprofits and companies and businesses, Nonprofit, yes. B Corp, yes. Nonprofit versus profit is just a tax status if you're dealing with a company that has a mission. But I agree that prioritizing nonprofits. But I think there's a lot to be seen in the B Corp world and triple bottom line businesses as well. So the Bullitt Center in Seattle, another one. I mean, I would love to simplify everything we just saw and create that kind of center of a cluster of innovation and a hub where we can demonstrate green building values as well as community engagement and social equity and all of those items that I do not think it's wise to leave the developers to pick and choose. I don't think it's the city's job. I don't believe that the free market is really that balanced as it is. It's another topic. So I really don't want to leave it to whatever it is to do this. So I do think we need to put some guardrails in, and I do think what we're doing is bold, but I would like to see it simplified into a creation of a cluster that can fix what it is that seems to be our problem that we're trying to fix, which is businesses, homegrown businesses and nonprofits can't afford to be in Boulder anymore. And so let's simplify it and clean it up. Those will be my overarching comments. I'm sure there'll be minutia that I will get into, but I have no doubt that that'll be covered in other ways. I don't mean to demean the great work of staff by saying, can't we just simplify it and get a campus of buildings and create something amazing? But I wish we would see an analysis on that. And I want to acknowledge Georgie's great work of putting some questions together and then inputting some concepts around, cold hard commercial real estate facts and figures that I would have also liked to have seen a case study, even if it was just like a problem set of this business does this, has this budget, is going out to rent today in Boulder in the downtown core and is looking at rent of $25 to $35 a square foot plus $14 to $20 in pass through at this lease term with this securitization required, if build out is required, to look at the full package of what the net effective rent is that the landlord needs in order to pay the tax bill that they owe, as well as the lender and everything else they need to kind of arrive at that net effective value on each side to determine if we pull on what lever, how that affects that net effective value. Because otherwise we're talking in vagaries that aren't tied to the real world and the problems we're trying to solve. It's an overarching comment.
All right. Anybody want to weigh in next? I mean, I'll interject. Well, I see Lisa's hand up. I'll just interject real quick too that as you try to solve enormous problems like that may be out of the scope of what can be done with with the question of height and density, try to frame it whether if you have an idea of how that could be applied to what's in front of us, that would be of interest as well. I'm not saying that these aren't great ideas, but I want to make sure we don't try to solve world hunger with a fairly, I mean, maybe complex, but maybe not so much once you read the ordinance, set of changes to our land use code. So Lisa, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, I think, first of all, as other planning board members have said, I appreciate the work that staff's put into this. And I guess I have a slight bias if we can find a way to salvage something useful out of it for us to get at least something that's trialed, whether or not it, has some pretty restrictive guardrails or is examined later. I'd like to, I think some of the things that I'm hearing from other folks and that I feel as well about really wanting data, I think we can get that data by allowing a case study or an experimental period, at least with some of the things they're suggesting. Potentially without being so committed to it that if it has negative effects or does stuff that we don't like, that we can't curtail it and kind of find another way to approach it. So because I think the concerns and criticisms are legitimate, but it's hard to know what positive or negative outcomes we're going to get without actually seeing what we get. And I think if staff had had the ability to pull the data and give us more robust information, I think it was in their their interest, having put a lot of time into it and effort. I think they would have brought that forward. So yeah, so I'll say that, you know, I'm not like so keen on it that, you know, if other folks are really concerned about it, that I'm going to be, you know, aggressively going to bat. But I tend to have a pretty high tolerance for trying something, particularly if we don't put it in place as something permanent. And then also, you know, just to say that I think, again, it may be a totally separate matter, but I also jotted down Alliance Center and kind of thought about that. And I was like, you know, well, how else can we provide these kinds of services or spaces, or, you know, how can we work with the private sector to do that with some of the amazing startups who are still present or who grew up here and then understandably needed to move elsewhere for space. And it wasn't necessarily a failure of Boulder as much as that we served as the incubator, and then ultimately they needed a different space that we simply don't have in county, and that's okay. We're not trying to provide it, you know, but there might be some cool ways to work with some of those folks who, you know, do angel investing and are involved with Techstars and want to give back and appreciate what an incubator this was and don't want to see Boulder. And I'm talking about tech right now, but it could provide stuff for arts organizations, for nonprofits. You know, we could maybe do something really cool there without the city having to own all of it. So yeah, those are some of my 10,000 to 30,000 foot level thoughts, hopefully without getting too off topic, David.
Oh, no, that's good. And I didn't mean to chastise. I just was suggesting for ideas. So great. Anyone else want to go? Lupita.
I had to unmute myself first. I've been listening, and you know, I'm a big fan of uncomplicated things, and so I think some of the issues that came up, they're all very valid with regards of moving forward with things that we can sort of predict and with direction that we want to go. There was one of our community members that brought a number of issues that clearly points to the fact that the process that is being brought forward is already missing out on a number of things. And I do appreciate and recognize how hard our staff works when they bring us projects like this. And it's difficult to kind of foresee what things may be missing. So I think that points to the fact that this is a complicated thing, even though we're already on version 2 and community benefit. And I would like to think that even if we were to see another version of it, it would evolve even further, because as we are confronting things like, you know, like climate change and all of this stuff coming out of the pandemic, I will imagine there will be other things that we're not even seeing at this point that will be fairly commonplace in the future. So my point on something like this is that I always help myself when I'm able to see, you know, some of the data that comes out, so that I can kind of at least interpret it my own way, and then ask the questions more likely to satisfy my curiosity in terms of what it all means. It's difficult for me right now because I'm listening a lot, and yet it's still not clear to me that we're going to be able to make this work in the way that we would like it to work. Does that make sense? I'm still a little unsure that we got you know, the enough basis that we can really know what this may happen. So one, I agree with Lisa in the sense that I do like case studies, and I do like pilot studies. I do them myself, and you can learn a lot through that. The other one was, like I said, one of our community members mentioning in the nonprofit realm, just in the context of the one type of nonprofit that spoke, there were a number of things that were clearly something that we had not thought through. That sort of thing tells me we're maybe a little bit short-sighted. And I'm not even bringing up some of the other things when I'm saying, you know, I would love to be able to hear from communities that don't usually come and talk to us about how they will think this will affect them. And so that's kind of like at this point what I wanted to contribute, that I still feel a little uneasy about it. And of course, I'm very eager to hear any other comments my colleagues have and any responses, anybody has to my comments as well.
Thank you, Lupita. John.
Yeah, thank you. I have to say, I'm open-minded about this, but I am not convinced that this is fully baked and ready to move ahead. There are a number of aspects that are of concern to me that don't seem to be clearly addressed. And if I just think out loud, one of them has to do with the amount of space that's likely to be created and the nature of the organizations that might most suitably use that space. It seems to me that we know there's a lot of arts and social services and nonprofit type activities that need space and that are clearly would benefit something like this. And whether it's in a single building like what Peter has talked about, like at the Alliance Center, or for example, as Mike Karopoulos pointed out in an email to us about what's going on in Carbondale, that may be a more desirable outcome than a few scattered offices in different buildings throughout town. So I'm very open to the idea of in lieu payments rather than on-site arrangements for what is being proposed. But there's another aspect which is also of concern to me, and that was implied by some of the staff comments, and it's been implied by several of the comments we've heard tonight. And that is whether we are trying to incent developers to build these buildings requiring additional floors, or whether they are coming to us and asking us for permission to do that with certain considerations, like what we're dealing with here. My perception is that we are not trying to incent people to build above the floor neighborhood floor criteria unless they are coming to us and seeking to do so and persuading us that that's the right thing to do. So I'd like to go on record as stating I'm a bit concerned about some of the comments saying that we are asking developers to do that for their benefit. But beyond that, and beyond the question of whether this should solely be oriented to nonprofit organizations, I'd also like to mention that I think that the concern about imbalance between adding to the pressure on housing resources in Boulder by encouraging the construction of more office space is a matter that I think we should think clearly about, because that is what we are doing, even if it's at a very small level. And I think we should talk about that explicitly.
Okay, and Georgie, we haven't heard from you yet.
Yeah, so John, I agree with you entirely as it relates to both incentivizing and making sure that the balance of the equation is right, because I think there's some work to be done there. But I'll give my overall comments because I've been thinking a lot about this. First, say what everyone else said, but this is complex, and I really appreciate what staff has put into it and going through the process of answering my questions ahead of time. That was helpful. My general position on this is that it's not good as it stands. And I'll summarize that in a few things, and I'll offer a few solutions. Number one, I think the category of businesses and how it's been addressed is almost a kitchen sink approach. And I think that needs to be looked at. Number two, it's far too complex to administer, and complex in multiple ways, both with, by putting things on site, to John's earlier question around, okay, where does that get cited? Who chooses where that goes? How does that work in context with everything else? But also that the equation of commercial real estate is not addressed in its entirety. Rent is only one component of how commercial real estate negotiations work. So I also think that it's too small. There are a few things there. I think the 75% market rate, once you put in the full load, gets to their answer about 84%, 85%. I don't know a business that can't afford market rate. I don't know that a business could afford 85% of market rate. To me, those are roughly equivalent, especially as things escalate in time. So I'm much more biased towards trying to limit it to the 50%, because I think that's much more viable for an actual business, because even fully loaded, that's about 65% of gross rent, according to their calculations. Around that, if we took that 50% example, at 5% of the bonus FAR, the developers receiving basically a 97.5% market rent benefit for the floor area that they build, on top of 100% of the pass-throughs. So I don't believe, and by the way, as we saw kind of in the inverse of the affordable housing topic, when we talked about how land value gets reduced when you increase FAR and height, and how that's important to a project, I don't think that 5% and 50% market rate on that adequately addresses the amount of value that's being created by the FAR and floors that are being added to fixed cost of a construction. So I disagree with KMA's evaluation that this is by any means the maximum that we could ask a developer, and that they would still do a project like that. As far as offering up some, and one other thing that Sarah brought up at the beginning, which was this 1.43% on the affordable housing, how this is a trade-off between those two things. I'm not necessarily sure that that should be a trade-off, because commercial space also has an impact on housing. And so I would like to see that continue, irrespective of adding this this component. As far as some ideas around how to reduce complexity and get to a point where maybe I could be supportive of this, because I am supportive in general of the concept. I like the idea of cash in lieu. I think that provides, that takes a number of things out of the equation, like citing the space in the building. However, I like the idea of what I mentioned at the beginning, which is cash in lieu as an evergreen fund, and taking the 50% discount in rent at whatever percentage is ultimately agreed to, that continues, because they'll be renting space at market rate. That 50% could then be funded on a regular basis, that then the city could deploy to arts organizations, to nonprofits, to what Peter was talking about the idea of a hub. Because one thing is for sure, everyone can agree to on this board, is market rates will continue to increase for this space. And if we receive cash in lieu, we got one shot, and then there, the developers and the building owners are off to the races, and the city gets their one bucket of money. And I don't know that that's the most beneficial thing to the community. And I think that from a developer standpoint, the trade-off at the initial outset, they should be pretty agnostic to it. But I don't think we should give them the choice. I think we should do this as a continuous fund. And I'd like to see analysis around that. I have more to say, but to acknowledge a few people that spoke, because I thought it was important. I thought the Chamber of Commerce was right about making sure this is an agile program, irrespective of things. I thought Carrie's comments about being an owner user were really interesting because this doesn't address owner user type of properties. And I did see her her concerns around sort of the fees that are being charged to a nonprofit to actually own space in Boulder, which is, I think, a very good thing for the community. And so I think something like that should be considered, whether it's considered with this or a fast follow to this. I think that's important. I would also look, if we did that, to deed restrict that, to make sure that if it was built by a nonprofit, that it should be deed restricted if they're going to get benefit from not paying certain fees. I thought Lisa was right in, I thought Lisa Smith was right, but I thought Lisa, who was speaking, was right in that the density modifications don't belong here and should be addressed separately, because this is a complex enough issue for us to tackle this evening. And I don't think, whether it's us or council looking at this, that we can possibly digest these things appropriately. I also heard some concerns around public notice around zoning changes like that. And I'd like to bring that up as a concern around those things, but we can address that when we get there. And I'll leave. I thought Lynn had some great comments too, so I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah.
I just want to add something to what I agree with literally everything George said. And I'd like to add a component to the idea of an evergreen fund, which would be that the city imagine an evergreen fund that's managed by the city and is distributed by the city to subsidize rents for whatever the specific criteria eligible nonprofits and arts groups and businesses are. At the same time, I think you would want to have an ordinance that requires any commercial building owner to rent to any of these eligible businesses, so that it's not just limited to either new buildings or buildings of a certain size, or old buildings or buildings in gun barrel, that rather, much like landlords are required to accept Section 8 vouchers, this would be the same kind of idea, that every commercial property in the city would be required to accept a eligible business with the subsidies that would come from that evergreen fund, presuming, of course, that it fit into their business, into their building, and was appropriate to the other businesses that operate in that building. But I think you would want to have both of those things happening in tandem.
Great. And I'll just add on to what you just said. I wanted to point out the community vitality document that accompanied our package does inform some of the ways that funding can be done outside of the land use changes that we're looking at. And I think since community vitality, if this goes forward, but is going to play a very big role in managing it, some of that is informed by that document and is maybe a little bit out of the scope of what we're looking at here. But I think that our comments are very appropriate for, community vitality folks to hear and for this program going forward. Also, since the chamber comments were mentioned, most of those I think are addressed pretty well in the ordinance, but we can talk about the potential of recommending some fine tuning around some of those as well. So so that was our kind of first pass at that first section. Do we want to maybe the best thing to do now is to move on to the comments on the zoning, and then we can, with all of those comments, kind of try to come back to whether we feel that there is a set of recommendations we could add to a motion that would make us comfortable, or if people are feeling, because this is our chance to tell City Council all the best thoughts that we have around this. So why don't we go ahead and talk about the zoning? And I won't go first this time. Anybody want to kick us off?
Well, you know me, I'm always happy to go first.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the area where I'm concerned about the whole thing. But so as always, I'm just gonna read through my notes. So the zoning changes, and I mentioned this in the conversation, in the questions with Carl. I'm quite concerned that the proposed increased density allowances particularly in BC1 and BC2 zones really will get in the way of the opportunity to build new neighborhoods in our old commercial space, in our old shopping malls. Now I realize that that's a lot of ifs because the city council has not taken up the use table review ideas, but the benefits to a developer to build to the maximum height because of the market rate commercial space that they would glean from this process, I think creates an incentive that disincentivizes the very thing we say we need, which is more housing that is affordable and diverse. So that's comment number one. And what worries me, and as always, I'm going to go to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan goal. I think it undermines our efforts to get to housing diversity, which is 706, and housing for a full range of households, which is 709, and 710, which is balancing housing supply with the employment base. I will then reiterate, I'm really concerned that this, what's being proposed will worsen the jobs housing imbalance by incentivizing additional commercial space without adequately solving for affordability in terms of the actual cost of build out. And then, so hold on, I got to get down to it. I'm really concerned about this increased density allowances for BR1, RH5, and BC2 in terms of not having to count permanently affordable units towards the dwelling unit intensity. For the reasons I have given before, I think this incentivizes very small units and in very dense places, in very dense buildings. And we do not only need small units, we need a lot of different types of units. And then I want to point to something that we didn't actually touch on, but the BC1 zoning district, the density modification that's proposed there would allow a reduction in open space requirements by 50% for permanently affordable units. And while I can't personally speak to equity issues, that strikes me as an equity issue, that only on permanently affordable space would you allow a 50% reduction in open space. I'm not the expert in equity, but that is a concern for me. So as much as I have, those are the comments I will stick with for right now.
Okay. Who wants to go next on the zoning plan? John?
Yeah, I think Sarah's points are excellent. First of all, I see this as completely separate from what we were asked to deal with primarily this evening. But secondly, I think that what we are in danger of doing by moving ahead with the recommended changes is creating, and this pertains also to Sarah's comments about equity, we are creating the potential for quite undesirable living conditions by diminishing the open space requirement so drastically. And I think that this is something we will come to regret. And therefore, I think I would prefer not to deal with this question tonight, but have a coherent conversation about the implications of what's involved here at another meeting.
Okay, Peter.
Not to refute what John or Sarah just said, but we've been talking about BC2 and BC1 and the open space requirements getting in the way of what we as a community have decided should happen in these areas. And so I don't want to take open space away from anyone, but I'm wondering if staff could tell us how the open space for BC2 compares to other zones, or anyone else could, so that we know what we're comparing it to, because on its face, saying taking 50% away does sound drastic, but I'm curious how that even compares to other places that we have no problem with, just so we're comparing it the same way. Because I do know that a lot of people have been talking about BC 1 and 2 as something we're trying to resolve. And so I want to make sure that if we are trying to resolve it, that we're looking at the right things as we discuss it. And I do tend to agree that it seems like a separate conversation in general.
Yeah, I mean, we could have Carl weigh in, but I'll just say that these are not the zones that are the RMX zones. These are not the low density residential zones. As we talk about, yeah, I would love to see more in the code, excuse me, more in the code that would talk about different housing types in percentages, perhaps. We don't have that in there. But these are the zones where where open space requirements can actually cause for us to have no outcomes. For example, the Macy's redevelopment that we just saw was in a zone that required so much open space that the by right was large condos rather than what we might have wanted to see if we would have actually tried to address housing on that site. So a lot of what's being proposed here actually does some course correction on that. And I hear the equity thing, but I think that these zones are not necessarily all the zones in the city. These are the places where we are going to get denser development, is in the little hubs that we're talking about, the neighborhood centers. So if our open space is out of kilter in those, I think it's reasonable to propose lowering that. So I actually am quite in favor of it. I also think that I really resonated with Carrie's comment on BT. I think BT is probably an area that maybe we should have considered a little bit more density, maybe not height, like she said. I was kind of surprised that that was completely excluded. But yeah, I think that we have to remember, and I hear a lot of concern about, oh, the opportunity for commercial. These are the commercial zones. These aren't just residential zones. So yeah, I mean, we can create a story that we're ruining Boulder with all commercial, but we're doing it. We're doing this in zones that are tailored for that kind of development. And so what this proposal is trying to do is strike a balance of incentives that'll still have outcomes of affordability on the residential side, but also remove these kind of arbitrary restrictions that were put in place 6 years ago. And so this was what was tasked for this. It wasn't tasked to solve all of our housing type issues. And we do have to make sure that we look at it with an equity lens and that we're not really doing something wrong. I really liked this is going back to the previous thing, but I really liked what John asked with regards to placement of these. I think that a condition or a addition to our recommendation could include that that there be a criteria based on the affordable units not being placed in an undesirable part of the development. That could be a criteria. But I don't really buy that if we have apartments in the Basemar or the Meadows or the Diagonal area that those are going to turn into necessarily low density residential neighborhoods for equity reasons. I think that those are areas where we're going to have more if we're going to accommodate more density where they'll start to crop up.
So David, if I could just respond, I don't think anyone is, I think you've misheard what we're saying. I think what we're saying is that these proposed density changes should be considered separately. That's what I'm hearing people say, because they are complex and they do have impacts. And we've been asked to review a phase 2 community benefit that has to do with affordable commercial. And there's this whole section in here that is about residential. I know this isn't the Senate where you have to have, where there has to be, the issues have to actually fall into the same category, but I think all of these changes came to us last week. There have been no public hearings. We haven't had time to discuss them. We haven't even really had time to consider what the impacts might be, other than the last 5 days. So I think what I'm hearing from our colleagues is, please take this out and let us address this separately. That's what I'm hearing. Not, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever, but we need to address these things separately and have some time to think about it and get some public input.
Okay, yeah, and I would just add that I'm concerned that if we don't address those things, that it works against the desire to, exacerbate the jobs housing imbalance. I think that these proposals are meant to create more housing opportunities in areas where denser housing can be applied. So I think that it actually, so there's multiple sides to this in my mind.
Yeah, I'll chime in. David, I tend to agree with you that these things have got to be addressed, and I didn't hear Sarah say let's not address them. But I kind of echo what she's saying in a different way from my own shoes, which is I think the affordable commercial thing is really complex, and we need to focus on that to do it justice and actually get something done there, so we can trial something and give enough direction back that, no matter how this lands, that something is moving forward that we can all sort of move forward on. I don't have the capacity to add these things together. And I think I haven't heard enough either from the public or even considered this enough to attach it to this, because it seems to me like too far a separate issue. And so I'll put that out there, that I'm challenged with having enough information or just enough thought and bandwidth to put around that, considering the affordable commercial thing that we're trying to get focused on. So that's my own view.
Well, let me ask the board if you feel that this is an overreach in, and I felt like it was explained that it was meant to address some of the impacts of the incentives for affordable commercial, but if the board feels it was an overreach, would people feel comfortable recommending going forward without that? And I don't mean we don't have to answer to the entire ordinance right now, but just if we took that out, would that make you feel a lot more comfortable with affordable commercial, or are there just still a lot of?
I'll put it out. I'm hopeful that we'll deliberate this and come up with some sort of cohesive recommendation. I personally can't move forward with the affordable commercial as it's stated. I think it's a disaster waiting to happen. And I love the idea of piloting things, but just from my own background and my lens, all I see is trouble. And I think there is a path to something really good for the community, but I think we need to reframe it as a board, because I think that staff has gone in a whole bunch of different directions because of all the different competing factors here. And it's almost unfair to them because they've been said, you need to go after the kitchen sink. And I think we need to help them identify what's important to the community, so that we can move forward with a pilot that at least we have belief that it could be successful in some form or fashion. And then again, be agile in that process to reevaluate it down the road to make sure that we're on the right course and course adjust appropriately. So that's my opinion.
Okay, were there any other observations then on the zoning aspect? I think we've kind of hit on, I guess we could, as we finish, I think key issues 1 and 2 both apply to the ordinance. And then we could decide if we want to start talking about whether we could ever get to an agreed recommendation to council, or we could move on to key issue 3 before doing that. But let's at least try to get through key issues 1 and 2 first in full discussion, and then we'll decide where to go from there. Sarah.
I just have, I'm sorry, I have one more of the land use, and I hope this is the space where we can talk about Appendix J. Not going to talk about when it should retire or sunset, but I did really appreciate staff's recommendation that we proactively eliminate the low density zones from participation in the permanently affordable commercial space program. I think that's very important, and it can lower the temperature in the community on this part of the discussion, because I think people were quite nervous that 55-foot tall buildings were going to appear in the middle of their neighborhoods. So on that one issue, super excited, thumbs up, totally support it.
Great, thanks for that, Sarah. Anything else before we move on to the talking about the cash in lieu review process? All right, and I'll echo Sarah's comments because I think that it was important for us to realize what the things were back in 2015 that caused the concerns, and to ask ourselves, is this proposal addressing those? Because that's what started all this, and what is trying to get us to a better place than we were in 2015. And I think you're right, Sarah, that defining which zones it applies to, and if you look at the map, it's a pretty small percentage of the area in Boulder that does provide comfort. So thanks for that.
Well, I will just speak to Kit Fuller's point. If you actually look at the map, Gun Barrel is mostly still in the allowed, I don't have the right language for it, is in the zone, would be in the zone in which you could get the height a modification. And maybe it's worth thinking about whether some part of the small portion of Gun Barrel that is in the city might be included in the exempted portions, so that they don't continue to feel like they're just tall buildings are just being dumped on them.
But in actuality, I don't think there have been any height exemptions proposed in Gun Barrel in the last recent history. Carl, do you have any sense of whether we've been getting height exemption requests, or Charles, in Gun Barrel?
In Gun Barrel, the most recent one I can think of was the apartment complex that's up on Spine Road. We haven't had a proliferation of those in quite some time.
But there is that one, okay. And that's inclusionary housing related. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and talk about, this may be a little bit easier issue. Key issue 2 is the limited eligibility criteria for a developer to pay cash in lieu fees to an affordable commercial fund instead of providing below market rate space on site, and that consideration of a staff recommendation on whether or not to approve the in lieu request should be considered by the planning board as part of site review. So does anybody want to kick us off on that one?
Well, I feel like George has spoken to this, and with regards to proposing it should just be a cash in lieu program. I don't want to put words in your mouth, George, but I think that's what you said, that it should just be a cash in lieu program, and it should be some kind of evergreen fund. And I think it's worth asking, and I had written this down, you know, the affordable housing cash in lieu leverages other monies. And I'm wondering if affordable commercial cash in lieu could also leverage other money. Maybe there's SBA loans or other kinds of loans that could be from the state or federal. And I think that's worth trying to explore as well.
Yeah, Helen, could you weigh in on that for us?
I don't know about whether that kind of money could be leveraged in any way, but I wanted to clarify a little bit the legal construct around in lieu fees. So there's not a lot of case law around of in lieu fees, and generally whenever a city requires payment, it's highly regulated what the city can require payments for. The legal construct of an in lieu fee is that there is a legal requirement that the city can impose. In this case, it would be the requirement to construct on-site affordable commercial space. And the in lieu fee, the justification for that is that this is just an alternative way to comply with that otherwise legally existing requirement. So we couldn't create an in lieu fee without having an on-site requirement, because it wouldn't be a fee in lieu of another requirement. And otherwise, to impose payments, there's different types of payments that the city collects. Fees are generally collected for costs that the city incurs in services that it provides. Impact fees are based on studies of impacts that a development creates on the community and facilities that are needed for the city to provide those services based on the additional impact created by a development. Taxes are a lot more flexible, and you can tax a lot of things, and we could create a tax, for example, that is imposed on a floor area, square foot basis for all floor area above the by right height limit, but a tax has to be approved by the voters. So I think that would be the most legally sound basis to create just a payment requirement. But otherwise, we have to try to stay within those parameters. And if we create an in lieu fee, I think one way to get more in lieu fees is to just allow it as an alternative option of payment, right? And not have the criteria where we say you're only allowed to do the in lieu option if other issues are created, like incompatibility with other uses on site, like the criteria that staff has proposed. And then the most defensible form of an in lieu fee would be used for the same purpose that the on-site, to create the same thing that the on-site requirement creates, which would be permanently affordable or below market rate space. And the further away you go from that, I think the more susceptible that fee would be to being challenged as a tax. So if we're using a fee, for example, to subsidize tenants paying rent versus creating an in lieu affordable space, I think it becomes more vulnerable than if we use it more strictly to create these permanently below market rate spaces. So there are legal considerations.
Hella, how does the, that's very nuanced, appreciate that. How does the discount, like to me, when if I'm sitting in the landlord's shoes, that's the same bucket of money. Whether I collect it and then pass it through at 25 or 50%, or whether I just cut someone a break on 25 or 50%. So how is the discount viewed differently than a payment like that? Because to me, they're the same thing financially.
I think there may be a different theory by which we determine what the in lieu amount would be. When we talk about using
I guess that's my point. You don't have to call it in lieu, right? It can be, hey, you're going to get a 90% bonus, and for that 90% bonus, 10%, the market rate of 10% of that space, 50% of that has to come back as an annual fee.
Yeah, I have to think about the annual component of it, and whether that makes it more susceptible to being challenged as a tax. And I don't know that yet, and probably should think about it at some point when it's not 9. So I will continue to think about that, but I think it's about how the fee is used. Maybe instead of calculating it based on what it costs to create that below market rate space, and it could be based on the cost of having that space, which maybe comes down more to the difference in the market rate space. And maybe it could be calculated over what the anticipated life of the building is and be made a one-time payment if that's better defendable legally and maybe less administrative burden. I think there could be a different theory to come up with that amount.
Would that essentially be an impact? Essentially, it's an impact fee, and the impact is the availability of affordable.
An impact fee is based on an analysis of the impact that a development creates. So we would essentially analyze the need that the new development creates to provide below market rate space for the different uses that we have. So for example, for the linkage fee, there was an analysis done on what the housing needs are that are being created by the new commercial development. And that's what that fee is based on, what the costs to create that would be. So that's really what an impact fee is. Or for fire, there's an impact fee for fire. So we look at what are the fire needs created by this development, and then a fee is charged for that fee that, for that need that the city is trying to meet by having additional development in the city.
And so oh, go ahead, Lupita.
This is great. Thank you, Hella, because that's, I'm not a lawyer, but that's sort of kind of what I was alluding to when I was talking about climate change and things like that, because just coming out of the pandemic, there were a number of needs for our community, and they will continue to surface as we go forward. And so the value of a lot of these projects or the potential uses for the affordable spaces may evolve, and we do not know, maybe we're not prepared to even foresee what those will be. So I'm all for, and I'm glad that you have that kind of definition. That helps me a lot, because I was trying to put that kind of in a very layman's terms, but this really speaks to what I was trying to get at. Thank you.
Can I ask John? Can I just ask John to follow up? He's been following this conversation, and I really want to understand whether you are hearing an answer to your question about whether what is being proposed is an incentive to build more commercial space, because that's really the question you asked.
That's right. And I mean, I think all of this is relevant, but I don't think we're answering the question. The closest to an answer that I've heard has been George's comments about how this is really a very minimal additional cost to a developer to gain a lot of space from additional floors, for example. Mm-hmm. But I think this conversation is quite relevant.
Mm-hmm. So with the input that we just heard from Hella, Georgie, I think that I really like your point about the evergreen, and but I think that it seems like what we're hearing is that, if we propose looking at that, it would require a legal analysis to determine whether it could be done in the way that a fee is defined. And so we can just take that into account as we discuss this. But did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I think I think that makes sense. So I guess what I was trying to get at is my major concern. If you look at the history of commercial space in Boulder, market rents will continue to go up and get exacerbated. And as less buildable area is even possible in our core, those market rents will continue to escalate. And if what we're trying to do is accomplish keeping some businesses by subsidizing their rents here, I think that looking at it from the standpoint of how do you address that mechanism over time and don't just get little one-off things, I think will be more beneficial to the city. So I'm in favor of looking at that from, what mechanisms might exist, because I believe a mechanism does exist. It's just a question of how it's framed. It may not be an lieu fee, it may be something else. And I'm not suggesting that, if that's the case, if we need them to put affordable commercial on site, I think for me, that's still on the table. But to John's point and to others, it just has to be equitable in the building, and it has to look at the holistic equation of how space is financially valued from a developer, which right now it's not.
Carl, do you think that we could add in our code language that would be criteria based, that would say that the affordable space has to be equitably located in the project?
I think we could, and I think having some sort of locational criterion makes sense. I think we would just have to be really clear about what equitable means. I don't know if it's like facing a public street. I think we'd have to be a little bit more clear about the locational aspect.
Yeah, and I think that we've done that certainly with first floor retail and, you know, when it's facing a major street and things like that. So I guess a question to the board is, do we have something specific we want to ask for if we put this in our recommendation, or should we leave it up to staff to kind of come up with something if we put a recommendation like that in? Any thoughts? I'm happy to word it as kind of a, you know, if we get to the point where we can recommend anything here, because I hear a lot of concern, but it would be certainly, to me, useful to put in a recommendation that we look at language that would put placement of the affordable space in a prime location, you know, in an equitable location.
So David, I hear you. And I think trying to get to some kind of solution that we could take a pilot on. I'm supportive of that. I guess that would be that. I think that might be a way to slice it, where you make sure that it's an equitable location, and that the negotiation of rent, you know, that's my concern too. Is this, you know, I could be delivered a vanilla shell space of 1,000 square feet, and it might cost me $300,000 to build out. And the arts organization that we want in there might not be able to afford that, but you know, a tech company or somebody else supported by investors might find that very, very palatable. And so it's, how do we tackle that equation on site? And then as it relates to, because I think I'm very supportive of that idea. And then as it relates to the off-ramp, I don't want to give a pass on, hey, I can pay a fee and move on and have my market rate building. I want them to take the same amount of money that they would be afforded at a discount and continue that on to the city to be implemented elsewhere if we were to do something like that. So that we have some money to work with 10, 20, 30 years from now when things are 5 times the price.
This would be kind of another angle on the evergreen, where we would, for the buyout option, rather than a one-time buyout, you're proposing that it be a more in perpetuity. Howard, do you have a reaction to that particular aspect of a fee that would be kind of in perpetuity, since the agreement was for the space to be affordable in perpetuity? Because that's kind of an interesting idea, but it may again be hard to answer tonight, but something we could certainly say to look into.
Yeah, I've not thought about that structure before or researched it, so it's something I would have to further look into.
Okay, but we could certainly recommend looking into that before, you know, as something council should consider, if that's enough to. I know, you know, the fact that we can't get an answer tonight kind of limits us to our options, I guess.
Would there be a scenario where if rates went down through some kind of a recession climate or any such thing, that would be a mechanism that would work for or against this concept?
Well, it seems to me that we have cost adjustments to the rates that can be charged for affordability that are going to get adjusted, and I think it's the city manager that adjusts those. So if it were based on a formula of what discount they would be providing to an affordable renter that they're not, and then I think it could be pretty straightforward. It would just adjust every year, and you just have to keep paying that amount, right? That gap. I mean, I think it's a cool idea. I'd be perfectly happy to put that in as something to look into for sure.
Let's have council kick it around.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I watched the council meeting on this on April 1st, I felt like a lot of the council's comments have been captured by Carl and staff, and so I just want to acknowledge that. Council's been really giving a lot of specific direction on this, and I think that's one of the reasons that those additional zoning proposals made it in, was some of the concerns that were expressed on April 1st. So so yeah, but again, we could if we could certainly put in also some language about concerns about the housing related zoning changes if we can come up with some language, perhaps.
Actually, I was going to ask back when we were going through this 20 minutes ago or 20 hours ago, I can't remember. Staff isn't, there must have been, there's clearly method to this quote unquote madness. I wonder if it would be illuminating to hear that. You just intimated, David, that perhaps they were doing as instructed, but it is a bit puzzling. I agree with what Sarah said in terms of adding on. I know that's not something they probably chose to do, but I was going to see if we wanted to give them a minute to lay out the pattern of.
Yeah. Carl, is there anything that we're missing on that you can add in terms of the zoning changes that are not necessarily related to commercial?
The density modifications?
Yeah.
I mean, they could be deferred to, the site review update that we're working on, and then advise on what kind of analysis there would be needed for that. Or they could just not be acted on. It's up to the board.
And that would be until January 1st. And if that were the case, would it be like a breaking, maybe separating it into two ordinances where one would go into effect now and then the other one on January 1st with that additional, and then maybe that would give, I don't know, 6 months to 8 months, maybe enough time to get the public outreach needed to, and the additional scrutiny that the board is comfortable with. Is that a possibility?
It could be. I mean, we're trying to, grapple with other work program items as well. So it would depend on how much effort that would take.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this has been a pretty heavy lift over the years. And I guess council, I mean, if we want to make a recommendation that council consider that, I mean, council can decide they're kind of front and center when it comes to the work plan, and they will understand the trade-offs of additional work on this. But, thanks, Carl.
Yep.
All right, so yeah, I'm inclined to try to think about whether we are converging on the ability to make a recommendation to council that's cohesive with some of these additions, and then maybe not word that and move on to key issue 3, and then maybe take a break and see if we can come up with some wording with those additional items on the recommendation. How are people feeling about whether we can come to something like that? I mean, there may be some folks who are just completely throwing up their hands and say, I can't vote for this, but, yeah.
So this is, I feel like, well, I can speak only for myself. As this is, I can't support what is in front of us. And I don't know if I'm in the majority or the minority, and I don't want to make any assumptions about that. But anything, based on the comments I've been hearing, if we were to make a completely different proposal, a recommendation to council, you know, I don't know that it would have any, I mean, I kind of feel like we should either vote up or down on the thing that we have been presented. And maybe we have a recommendation that says it's too complex. We think you need to look at some other options. You need to separate out the land use code and the Appendix J issue and the phase 2 commercial, and deal with each piece in a more digestible way. Like, to me, that's almost the only recommendation.
But you could be
Anything else, we'd be speculating, I think.
well. So I mean, there is a procedural way we could deal with this.
Okay.
Someone like, someone who's I'm pretty, since I've been looking this for a lot of years, I feel pretty comfortable putting together. I would be comfortable making a motion that would incorporate a couple or 3 of these ideas, and then we could put it out for friendlies. And see if we get enough people on board with the friendlies to to have something to be voted on. We could also kind of take a poll and see if people think that's the right way to go. Helen, what are your thoughts on that?
I think it'd be great if you could give some feedback also on the on-site option as it is drafted. It sounded like there were some concerns about the qualifying community benefit uses, that those were too broad. It would be good to get some feedback on that. I think we took it as our directive to draft an on-site option, and maybe that there wasn't a lot of support for a fee payment in lieu when we came back from council the last time around. So that's kind of what our focus has been. And it would be helpful for us to get feedback from you on that. You can, of course, still give your other feedback, but if you have feedback on the standards that were proposed, that would be helpful, I think, to us and council.
Yeah, and anyone want to weigh in on that? I mean, I
agree with you, David. I would get feedback to council. I think would be valuable. We've gotten through a few of these nooks and crannies and come up with a few items that I think are worth consideration. So we could be really organized about it and just go through and say, do we have anything to add here? And if it's just kind of a unanimous, I was like, no, I guess that's it. And as instead of just doing a whole cloth, like, yeah, no. I think there's some great points that were brought up, and I think it's our job to convey those. So,
well, we could
argue. I know Sarah isn't saying we would do otherwise, and I liked the parsimony of her approach there too. But I think if we could be quick, efficient, and get through some of the items that we surfaced, and make sure they're aware of those, and I think they'll get the message.
Sarah,
so just a couple comments. Peter, thanks for saying that. I feel like we are saying to council the same thing we have said to council twice before. And once we said it when Harmon was on the board, and once we said it when George was on the board, and it comes back more complex than it was the first time we said it. So I'm just pointing that out because yes, we need to point out the issues that we think should be explored further, or things that are separated out or whatever. But I think at the end of the day, we do need to vote on the ordinance or the recommendation that is in front of us, so that the council has that official, I mean, we can add things to it, but that the council has that official, feedback, and not just not only us trying to like come up with some ideas that maybe they would pursue because they haven't pursued them before. I mean, it's
and
frustrating.
Yeah, and I think that it's perfectly reasonable to be a hard no on this if that's where you're landing. I'm trying to get a sense of whether there might be enough low-hanging fruit here that we could get a majority vote, but otherwise we're going to have a no recommendation on, I suppose. But
I'm curious on process because I'm new to this, but what if, let's put out there that I hear maybe different reservations from different people, but and different levels of passion on this particular issue. But let's say because everyone has some little issue on this one, it became a hard no, a unanimous one or close to that. And then we were to go through the issues and make a unanimous sort of group of recommendations that we could all live with, so that we could try to get something cohesive that was mostly unanimous across the finish line, so that if people listen to us, maybe next time around, we'd have a unanimous vote to move forward with a pilot project that could actually be something viable and interesting for the city. Does that work? Is that kind of what you were suggesting, David, or?
Well, actually, I was trying to get to something that would allow us to complete this work plan item this year. So what you're describing would be if we voted no. I mean, I am fully in support of moving forward, so I would not vote no. But if we got a no vote, then absolutely we could have, I would think we could have another motion that would then push forth some ideas that would help those who couldn't come to a yes at another time. I mean, sure, we probably should take the time to communicate why we voted no, at least verbally, if not in a motion.
I don't want to question your vote one way or the other, but there are just some really broad issues here about not looking at the equation holistically, about, does 85% of gross market rent even make any sense for any of the businesses that would apply for this? I mean, those are just big macro questions that I don't think we don't have answers to. And there's no data that supports it. So, that's the chat. I mean, and that 62% of the businesses in Boulder qualify for this when we might get 10, 20,000 square feet over the next 3 years. It just seems so fraught at a 30,000 foot level, rather, not even at a detailed level, but I don't know how do we get our heads around those kinds of concepts that just have no data behind them and doesn't really seem to materially make an impact on the city, except for allowing FAR and building heights just to go wild and not get the benefit. There's no community benefit.
Well, I think we've heard loud and clear, the questions and concerns that people have, which I think are fully legitimate. I want everyone to feel like they've been heard. I would welcome from folks who have seen this come up before planning board previously, and or perhaps from staff. And maybe it's just the time of day for me, but I'm trying to get back to what is the problem that we are trying to solve? Like what is, like, this has come forward multiple times before. It sounds like it's been kicked back to staff. It's been kicked back to council. One way or another, it sounds like whether we modify it with conditions and then send it back again, or whether we reject it outright and then send it back again, it sounds like that's likely to happen. So whatever it is that we're about to do, however it is we're about to vote, I'd like to understand why is this on the work plan in the first place? What is the problem we're trying to solve? Instead of focusing on the ways in which various people feel it does or doesn't meet those objectives, can we redefine why we're taking staff time and council time and our own time on this? Because I think that would help us. And I'm not saying we're wasting time. I don't feel that way. But I think that would help us to think about, okay, what does that mean for what we then communicate? I think staff's gotten to hear from us for what we communicate toward council. And if this does come back again or doesn't come back again, what we would need to see to be able to vote for it. Because it's a shame that this has come forward multiple times, and every time apparently we send it back. I mean, that must be very frustrating for staff as well. So so can some folks who've been here a little longer maybe distill it to 1 to 3 bullet points?
Yes, I mean, I'd be glad to. This happened in 2015 before I was on planning board, but I was quite aware of it. There was concern about what was going on Canyon and various places in the city with regards to the 5-story buildings, right? And the code said that that developers could ask for height exemptions beyond 35 feet and up to 55 feet if they could show some community benefit, but it wasn't specific. And so planning board staff would work and get some community benefits in, and then it would go in front of planning board, and planning board didn't really feel empowered to do very much, and then sometimes would think, well, okay, we're going to get this stuff, and then sometimes those things wouldn't even come to fruition because they weren't binding criteria-based things that were put on the developers, right? So there was a lot of dissatisfaction with those outcomes. So the reaction was to put into place Appendix J, which would stop all that. Okay. But then there was the end game of saying we're going to put that in as a stopgap while we come up with a good set of criteria-based community benefits that can cause those decisions to be more predictable, more fair, and provide the community with the kinds of outcomes they're looking for. And I'm sorry I'm going on a long time, but this is, I think, what people have to think about. So Appendix J was put in, and then we came up, it was pretty straightforward because of our very strong inclusionary housing overall strategy to come up with an inclusionary housing community benefit, and that all folded in. But it wasn't enough to, because it was just phase 1, it wasn't enough to make council feel that, well, we should just get rid of Appendix J. We want to look at additional community benefits. And the ones that were, there were a lot of them that we looked at the time, and city and planning board did provide feedback on those, by the way. We're not just bouncing things back every time. We're actually providing feedback. And most of the feedback that has been provided has been listened to, but I think people are kind of confused. But there was commercial, there was arts, there were nonprofits, there were all kinds of things on the list, and it all kind of bubbled up to the surface that the high priority one that council decided on was affordable commercial. So that's why we don't necessarily have just affordable nonprofit, because it was a council direction to go this way. And so staff put together this proposal, and this isn't to try to solve world hunger. It's not to try to solve our jobs housing imbalance. It's not to address mixed housing types. It's not to necessarily say that we know everything that we're going to do for commercial, but it's meant to get us back into a stable land use situation. It also doesn't mean that we're running roughshod over Boulder, in my opinion. These are dense zones that we're talking about. These are not LR1, LR2, all these zones. So we're talking about specific areas where density is possible. We're not going to go running roughshod over Boulder. There is significant development opportunity, but it is constrained to areas where we want businesses to thrive alongside residential. So, I mean, I am editorializing a bit as I go through this. But
So one quick question before Sarah gets to weigh in.
Tell us how you really
Support what
feel.
Lisa said, because I think your context is super interesting, and I'd like you to speak more to Lisa's question of who are we trying to serve with this? Like, you know, I get the history, but like, okay, so what's the community benefit? Like, how do we make sure that we get community benefit out of this?
Is this a good time for Vitality to jump in with, I'm sure, the...
Well, can I ask one clarifying question before staff or anyone else jumps in? Because, and I'm not saying that what I say is something that I think is true. I just want to ask whether this is accurate. When is council considering Appendix J? And if they overturn J, does that make a lot of this moot? Or am I misunderstanding that? Like what was Appendix J going in place, the thing that created the need for all of this, which may still be a need? They may uphold it. I'm not siding on one or the other.
So
Does that, I mean,
Appendix J was a way of holding things in place while the city.
I'm familiar with Appendix J. I'm asking when is council, are they going to be considering it? And if they were to overturn it, I'm not saying they will or won't or should or shouldn't, does that make a lot of what we're talking about moot? Or is this something we would be talking about and that we need to consider anyway?
Carl, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so the last direction we got from City Council on Appendix J was that they felt, well, first off, they wanted it to be extended to August 31st, which happened. And then the expectation was that before that expiration date, we would return with phase 2 regulations and that they could let it expire at the end of August once those are adopted. So that's still a possibility. It's just what we're bringing forward now. We feel that it could go into place by the end of August and Appendix J could expire and we could review each case. It would be optimal if we had time to work on the administrative rules and update to the applications, but it's not essential. So I think that's what's going to come before council, is whether it's necessary to extend it to the end of the year and allow more time for these administrative things to happen, or just let it go effective in August, hypothetically.
Thank you, Carl. That's very helpful. Okay, sorry, I've been talking a lot. Other folks.
No, that's actually important, but there is one thing on that if we didn't have the community benefits phase 2 in place and Appendix J expired, what is the actual outcome of that? Because would we go back to 2015? Because
no, I mean, if Appendix J expires on August 31st, and let's say phase 2 doesn't go into effect until January 2022, the worst case scenario is that if any projects come in, it wouldn't be like 2015 where there was no community benefit. There would be a requirement for community benefit, and that would be phase 1.
Phase 1.
So the permanently affordable requirements would apply to any height modifications.
So does that answer the question pretty well, Lisa? Great. I thought it needed a little bit more of that. Sarah.
Okay, so 2 things, Lisa. When I'm talking about we've given feedback to council before, I'm talking about the ideas that have been presented to us. We were not asked to vote on anything. We were asked to give feedback. And in the 2 times since I've been on planning board where we were asked to give feedback, it was very much the feedback we're giving now, except that we didn't have the details. We didn't have this very complicated ordinance that we're being asked to give recommendations on. It was, what do you think of this general concept? What do you think of, right, exactly. And I don't want to put words in my colleagues' mouths, but in essence, all of my recollection is we all said, this is really complicated. Tried to figure out how to make it simpler, et cetera, et cetera. Can I ask a question, which is, could we recommend to council that they separate out the decision on Appendix J and they separate out the land use changes and separate out phase 2, so that there'd be 3 separate things, which is really what we're dealing with right now. What's super challenging and confusing. And if we made a recommendation on the Appendix J, we could just take into account when it would be lifted, whether the low density residential areas would be exempted, or in whatever the right language is, and that there could be a refinement of the 45% of the city that would be included in community benefit as phase 2 moves forward, assuming, this is an assumption, that the feedback they get from us about the concerns we have about what has been proposed, they can reconsider. They can go back through and ask whether what's been proposed is a good idea or a bad idea. Maybe we'll try some other ideas. But then we haven't kept Appendix J in place unnecessarily, and we still get the benefit of the permanently affordable housing bonus, assuming anybody submits a proposal asking to go to 55 feet, which I'm sure that will happen. Could we make a recommendation that separates this out into 3 pieces? That's my first question to everybody. Is that doable?
I think you certainly could. I think it would just have to be very clear about the sequencing and the intent.
Okay, so from my perspective, I would prefer Appendix J. I would prefer what gets opened up to 55 feet to be much smaller than what is proposed by you all, but I am perfectly happy to suggest that Appendix J, that we separate out Appendix J, we clarify what areas in town are exempted from the 55-foot allowance, and a date by which Appendix J sunsets with that low density residential area clearly defined, with the option to go back and further carve out stuff, land, depending on what comes out of phase 2. I don't know how people feel about that.
John?
Yeah, I think your idea of separating these into 3 separate issues is good, and I support it. With respect to Appendix J, I would think that I would support staff's recommendation of keeping it in place until January 1st or whatever the date is that was proposed.
And with the exclusion of the low density residential areas?
Right.
Like what it sunsets, okay.
So so I think what you're asking for, Sarah, is for you're asking for a process to just address the density and zoning aspects that have been proposed and get those in place by the end of the year through a process. Let Appendix J retire, and you're not wanting to move forward for phase 2 community benefit.
I am happy with us moving forward with a phase 2, but what I'm hearing here is not a lot of support for the phase 2 that has been proposed. That's what I'm hearing.
So if your feeling is that if you decoupled it, that the work of getting the zoning clarifications into the code and getting rid of Appendix J could happen, and then the recommendations on community benefits could happen on their own timeline.
I would think so. I mean, I think that a lot of the reason, I'm speculating here, but I think the reason this has become so complex is because there's a lot of pressure to lift Appendix J. I think there's a lot of pressure to do that. And so there's been this push to make that happen in combination with this second phase of community benefit. And I don't think there's anyone here who thinks the concept of permanently affordable commercial space is a bad one. I don't think there's anyone who thinks that the concept of phase 2 is bad. I think not everyone, many people are uncomfortable with the machinery that has been created to try to make that real. So I'm just trying to simplify it so that then we can just focus on that question of how do we get to a good outcome on affordable commercial space that doesn't create a very complicated system, more complicated than it needs to be system, and also, to John's point, doesn't just trigger a ton of additional commercial development when we're trying to address jobs, housing, and balance. And I think if we can just slim the issues down, then we can actually talk and think about all the different things that get triggered by whatever plan is proposed.
Lupita?
Yes, I agree in the way it's looking at, because I think it's a good way of putting it. Is disentangling this will help us determine what are the least controversial pieces, the ones that we come, in consensus easier, and then leave the parts that are more problematic or need a little bit more development, and therefore will be easier to handle instead of giving it a complete no. But if we were to do pieces of it, it will be easier, because some parts I think we can come to an agreement. I like that approach. And so I would recommend that we go in that direction. But that will be my recommendation. That's the kind of way that I will do my problem solving. If I have a complex problem, I don't try to solve the whole thing by ignoring the pieces. I usually go for the easy part first, fix that, and then I address the harder part at the end, as opposed to making it hard all around just because I want to do it all at once. That just, to me, that will not be good engineering. I will not do it that way.
Okay, well, so I think that what I'm hearing is that if someone were to make the staff recommended motion, that there is not enough support. I don't even know if I made that motion, would there even be a second? So I'm not sure whether we even need that on the record. And so I could, we could certainly have the motion on the Appendix J and vote on that one if people think it should be extended till the end of the year. And then we could have someone else make a motion to address. Sarah, maybe you're the right one to make a motion on what you're looking for.
Okay, so Hella, will you magically reappear? Hello. It's magic. So if what we wanted to do was to propose separating this into the 3 component parts, do we actually make a motion to separate it, or do we make a motion that presumes the separation? Like, do we have to take that first baby step?
I think it would be helpful to just say it.
Okay, so
sounds like you want to split it into 3 ordinances.
Or 3 ordinance or 3 actions. Like, I don't really, I'm sorry to talk this through but like, I don't feel like what we're likely to propose to council about part 2 of community benefit would be an ordinance. It would probably be a recommendation to look for alternative ways to achieve the aims of the community benefit commercial space project, which would not really be an ordinance. It's okay. So if I made a motion that was the motion is to delink the to delink the 3 components. I'm sorry, I'm struggling here. To delink the 3 components of the ordinance that was presented to us tonight. And the 3 component parts would be Appendix J, Part B of community benefits, and the land use, proposed land use changes. And that our recommendation, and that we have separate recommendations for each of those component parts.
One way you could do is just have that motion first and vote on it. And if that has support, then you could discuss the proposals, the 3 proposals. And maybe do a straw poll to works for everybody.
Well, I would be reluctant to support this direction, because I think what we're we're trying, you know, as a board, we're supposed to kind of evaluate things that come before us, but I don't think I'm comfortable saying, well, this is how we, you know, how it must be solved. So it would really depend on what we're saying in the, I mean, what we're saying in there. I kind of support, I supported going forward with pretty much everything I saw in the package tonight, because I could see that it was moving us into a place where we could potentially have a few nice affordable spaces in the few proposals that would go above 35 feet. I didn't see it as this threatening thing that everybody else seems to see it as. It seemed pretty incremental, and it would provide you know, affordable spaces for nonprofits, arts organizations, and things like that. But that is not something that people agree with. So, but I don't really agree then in going off and saying, just because we don't agree that this proposal is right, we now are going to engineer the solution. So
a couple things. David,
others may, yeah, others may.
You keep editorializing that we think this is going to be horrible for Boulder. What I'm hearing is people just think it's way too complex, and it's not going to actually get us the thing we say we want. That's what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing, oh my God, this is going to destroy Boulder.
These guys have, they hired Kaiser Marston to do a full analysis of it, which I've read every piece of it. I've read the entire ordinance. It's not too complex for me, so I don't agree with that. I understand the land use code is complex in general. Lupita.
I think we got your point. You repeated it multiple times already, so I think we all got the point. You're for it. I think it's okay for other people to disagree. Right. It has nothing to do about, you know, complex for one person, maybe not complex for another one. Or sometimes people don't even get that it's complex, and not because it's not complex, but because a person cannot understand that it's complex. So we can go in many different directions with this discussion. I think it's more about we're in different places and we respect each other's places. And I think that maybe just go for the vote and then move forward, because I think that there are parts that definitely we're so close that it will be good for me, at least, to see that we have some resolution in some parts to make the problem smaller. And then again, you know, it's okay to agree to disagree, and go forward from that.
Okay. So I don't have a motion in front of the board yet. Do we want to, I could certainly make the staff recommended motion, but I just assume that would go nowhere. So I don't, yeah, John.
Well, I would like to make a motion that staff should prepare an ordinance that extends the Appendix J map expiration date to the effective date of Ordinance 8469 on January 1st, 2022. That's my motion. Great. That's one of the three elements that Sarah identified.
Lupita?
Yeah, I second that motion.
Okay. So I'll do a roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Georgie?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye, and I have a question, which is, how do we incorporate the excluding the low density areas?
Can we discuss after the vote? And
sure, I just didn't know.
Lisa?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Yeah, we can always follow the Robert's rules, and we can rescind the motion if there's a question. But yeah, we can have further discussion. Sarah, yeah. How do we separate?
So I want to make sure that that motion includes the component of that was proposed in the ordinance in front of us earlier, that the low density residential areas that were listed, and I can, oops, my computer just turned off. So I don't know if this is is this a friendly amendment I would be making, Heller, or have we already voted on this and so I can't make a friendly?
I think Cindy has a quick interjection here for record keeping.
John, can you restate your motion, please?
Staff should prepare an ordinance that extends the Appendix J map expiration date to the effective date of Ordinance 8469 on January 1st, 2022.
Thank you.
And it may be that I should take out the effective date of Ordinance 8469 because it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, I think that was the staff recommended motion did not have the ordinance in it.
Yeah, and I think when you originally stated the motion, it didn't have the ordinance in it.
Okay, so let's just take that out then.
Is that okay with everybody? Great. So it's really the staff recommended motion, Cindy, for that. All right, Sarah.
So I think this is a friendly to this motion, which is that it also include the language when Appendix J is repealed, new code language that limits the scope to exclude, and I'm just reading here from the document, to exclude lower density residential and other zones from the community benefit program. Those zones that would be excluded are rural residential, residential estate, residential low, residential mixed, business transitional, mobile home, and agriculture.
I accept it as a friendly.
So it can't be a friendly because a friendly can only be made before a motion is actually in front of the board and you already voted on the motion.
Oh.
You can make a separate motion to that effect.
Yeah, we could do it as a separate, or we can rescind the motion and start again if you'd like to rescind, John.
Let's make it Sarah's motion.
Okay, so I'm making a separate motion.
If we're going to rescind this motion, Kelly, do we have to vote to do that, to rescind it?
No, I don't think that's what John said.
Oh, okay.
They're not gonna rescind it, just do the second motion.
Okay.
Just add with what it was before and friendly.
Right.
It's fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a second motion, which is that when Appendix J is sunsets, that sunset include the following language, or that there is new code language that limits the repeal of Appendix J to exclude lower density residential and other zones from the community benefit program where requests for additional height and floor area would not be expected or appropriate. Those zones that would be excluded from the program are rural residential, or RR, residential estate, RE, residential low, RL, residential mixed, RMX, business transitional, BT, mobile home, MH, and agriculture, A zones.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I really should be restating these. The motion on the table from Sarah Silver is to, did you write that down? Is that something that?
I'll just read it. I'll read it again from.
Yeah, restate it one more time.
Okay. When Appendix J sunsets or is repealed, there will be new code language that limits, I'm going to read it really slowly, that limits the scope of the repeal to exclude lower density residential and other zones from the community benefit program where requests for additional height and floor area would not be expected or appropriate. The zones that would be excluded from the program are rural residential, or RR, residential estate, RE, residential low, RL, residential mixed, RMX, business transitional, BT, mobile home, MH, and agriculture, A zones.
Great. And maybe if you could forward that language to Cindy in email, that would be great if you have it.
It's just in the, okay.
Is it? Yeah, I don't know. Cindy, do you have that? So I guess I mean I'm okay voting for that, but I really I'm going to vote no on opposing the commercial phase 2. So, but I think that what you've done was quite quite dexterous way to deal with that issue, and I think that's probably okay. Does anyone else have a comment before we vote? All right, I will call the vote then. Peter.
What would be the procedure if I wanted to vote, but offer that the cash in lieu to go towards the fund is something that I want to see council
Well,
address?
that would be in the scope of the third motion, is my understanding, where we would address, this is doesn't have anything on the affordable commercial aspect, right?
This is the zoning.
It's
This
just,
is just removing, keeping the low density residential areas outside of the commercial
Oh,
the community.
We haven't even voted yet. Aye.
okay, Sarah,
Aye.
Georgie,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Lupita,
Aye.
Lisa.
Aye.
Okay, and I vote aye on that one. So yeah, so what this does then, I guess, is it has separated those things out, Sarah, so now we can really just focus on the commercial, the community benefits phase 2 commercial, and
But we didn't separate out, and maybe we won't, but we didn't separate out the land use changes, all the density modifications. And I'm not saying we have to, but that was another part of that idea of these 3 component parts.
oh, okay. I thought that was all in kind of implied with what we just voted on, but okay.
No, it wasn't.
Do you think we could take like a 5-minute break so I can finish this language and send it off to Cindy and then come back? I can't do 2 things at once. That would be awesome.
Sure.
Thank you.
So 5-minute break. And you'll be working with Helen. Okay, Sarah, did you turned on your video, so were you able to come up with something?
Yeah, I sent the language to Hella and to Cindy. And
Maybe we could display it if it's easy to do.
Well, she just sent the motion for the last one she just said. She didn't say anything new.
no, right, I just sent them the language from what what we just passed.
Okay.
I was just trying to get through that
Oh, I
first.
see. Okay.
Sarah, I think I only got the language of the previous motion that the board already voted on.
That is all I sent. I don't have a second motion because I think we left this off with we were still discussing whether we were gonna further separate out the land use recommendations from
Density and intensity standard change.
yes, and that's a discussion for the board.
Well, there could be a fairly simple motion that would say something like the remaining land use changes proposed in the ordinance beyond the exemptions that you just stated would be included in that same ordinance?
No, because I think
maybe we wouldn't have one to separate.
the first two things we just voted on, John's motion and mine, had to do with Appendix J.
Mhm.
That had to do with Appendix J. Then there's the issues of the proposed density and intensity changes that have to do with all these other zones that I'll speak for myself. I feel like we didn't have adequate time to consider or think through the implications or even approve or disapprove, and that there wasn't much of a public process. And that, so the question would be, do we want that to also be a separate area of discussion?
Mhm. Well, yeah, if I don't know if somebody wants to make a motion like that. John?
I would just suggest that we delay consideration of that until a later meeting. I wouldn't like to say no. I just don't think we've had adequate time to consider it.
Okay.
I think that's a graceful way to solve it.
Mhm. Well, I think that City Council will probably, what they're going to hear from us is that the Planning Board came up with a recommendation to retire Appendix J and is not making a recommendation on community benefits phase 2, right? If we don't have another motion to address that. So, and that would leave out the land use changes related to that. Does that make sense?
Well, except I think that we do have a lot of recommendations on community benefit.
Yeah, and we've said a lot of those. It's a question of whether we want to make those in the form of a motion. I mean, a lot of it's been stated here, and that can be communicated to council. But if somebody wants to make a recommendation proposal, we could do that.
Well, it seemed So I don't know how other board members feel about this, but what will get communicated to council is what our vote was on the ordinance, I think. And maybe less all of these ideas that have been floated. So is it worth taking a vote on the ordinance that was in front of us? My guess is, if we're counting noses, it would be rejected, but at least that, if we're not going to make a motion with a list of recommendations for things to reconsider.
Yeah. Well, okay. Why don't I go ahead and
Lupita also raised her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lupita, I didn't see you.
I'm thinking that maybe what she means is that maybe we should just make a motion to table this particular piece of what was brought up to us. Just like John said, we just maybe needing just a little more time to dive a little bit more. And since now it's being decoupled from the Appendix J issue, then we can kind of focus more narrowly on it, on the things that we were, less comfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that could be presented on a separate motion, just as just to table it, not to say no, but to just delay this a little bit so that we have more time to look at it with more care.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so Hella, would it be within our purview then to say maybe put a matters item on a later meeting where people could air their alternative recommendations on community benefits phase 2, and then we could vote on such a recommendation at a later meeting? Would that be a matters thing, or is that more of a, because I think maybe I could still make the recommended motion, and if that gets voted down, we could decide to put off these further recommendations for a later date.
Well, I guess what's in the ordinance in front of you proposes to include those intensity and density changes. So if the recommendation of the board is to not include that at this time, but to understand them better and get more information, then I think that should be stated and there should be a motion on it, because that is something that is proposed to be brought forward.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be brought forward in a separate ordinance where more information is provided, or after more outreach has been done, whatever your recommendation is in that regard, the motion could include that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just for the cleanliness of the record, I'll do the recommended motion. The planning board recommends that City Council adopt Ordinance 8469, which proposes to amend Title IX Land Use Code by implementing phase 2 of the Community Benefit Project by adding below market rate non-residential uses as options associated with requests for additional height of floor area in specified areas, and setting forth details in relation thereto. So I'll make that motion. And do I get a second? Okay, so you're going to second it?
Sure thing.
Okay. So you agree that with that. So any discussion before we vote?
I just want to understand what we are voting on is all of that ordinance language that was included in the packet. Is that correct?
That's
okay.
Right. So far we've just voted on that recommendation on Appendix J. We're kind of going out of order. And then the portion that you were comfortable with, and now we're voting on the entire package. And I got a second, which I wasn't sure I would get. So Peter?
Aye.
You ready to vote? Aye? Did I hear your vote?
Yes, I thought if I seconded it, it was
yeah, Sarah?
No.
Georgie?
No.
John?
No.
Lupita?
No.
Lisa?
No.
And I'll vote aye. So that fails 5-2. Does I'm not really, I'm not really in favor of going back to the drawing board, so I'd rather somebody else make a motion if we're gonna make some recommendations. And if so, I might have, well, yeah.
Well, so I think this is where, Hella, we're not going to write an ordinance tonight. So the question is, are we making a motion to inform the council that we think that there might be more straightforward ways to address phase 2 of community benefit? Or are we actually going to inform council of what some of those ideas were? Like, what do we actually have the sort of the right and privilege to do here? Wait, you're muted.
Sorry. I think you can do either of those things. And I think if you are recommending against the proposed ordinance, then I think council would be interested to hear why.
Lupita?
Yeah, if I may, Sarah, maybe this is the time to kind of, state kind of like the reasons and what we would like to see brought to us so that we can do that deliberation better. Or if you just want additional time to look at this, that could be, the motion will be phrased that way. So it has brought up multiple times that we would like to see some data, we would like to see some things. And so in the motion, you can integrate those pieces. And then by seeing the detail of the motion, council will see the reasons, right? So in the motion itself can kind of disclose what are the underlying issues why this wasn't voted in favor at this time. Or does that make sense? Because we already talked about a few things. And so the motion can incorporate some of those. The most important ones, obviously, because we brought a number of things that not all of them merit be included in the motion, but certainly the most critical ones. And one being just extended time. Another one is about some of the additional information in the form of some sort of data that it can inform us better. The other one is the community participation, which I think was brought up multiple times. And those are the key ones that I can think of at this moment, but there may be other ones.
I mean, I can help. I think there was interested in getting rid of complexity. I think there was interest in looking at whether the mix of eligible businesses was correct. People felt that it was open to too many businesses beyond nonprofits and arts. I think that there was concern about it upsetting the jobs housing imbalance. I think there was concern about whether the exit ramp fees could be restructured for perpetuity instead of a one-time fee.
Well, there was the green and George's idea of essentially a green fund, that it was a constantly replenishing fund. So there's it was the issue that Hella brought up, which is it can't be cash in lieu. It has to, I mean, cash in lieu has to be paired with the option to build on site. And so maybe that's the wrong kind of financial fee framework. So I'm going to put down financial framework. So in an evergreen fund. So here's what I've written down based on David and Lupita. Complexity, the need for data, actual impact, how much affordable space would we actually get? that we have alternative ideas that we think should be, we'd like them to explore some alternative ideas other than what they came up with. Community input on land use changes, appropriate mix of the mix of eligible organizations, is it appropriate? Jobs, housing and balance, restructuring the exit ramp fees, and the financial frameworks, whether the current proposal generates the kinds of funds necessary to make this a sustainable project. And then I think also the idea of a pilot project as a starting point.
I would add the equitable location of on-site.
Okay.
And a complete approach to a discount to market rent that would consider all aspects of a typical commercial real estate negotiation.
Complete approach to discount to market rent.
Yes.
And what was the second half of that? That would
include all aspects of a real estate negotiation. I know this is detailed, but it's
okay. I'm writing.
Including TIA, free rent, and other pass-through and maintenance charges.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to need a couple minutes to try to put that into some language.
So we're taking another authoring, and I think that this one probably should be displayable if possible. So if we can get that to Cindy and Helen, maybe we can just bring up the text that they're proposing. And then that can be kind of, if we have text displayed, Cindy, are you comfortable with editing the text if people have some tweaks and stuff before the motion is stated? Right. All right, let's take a couple minutes then.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I can't read my writing. Changes. 6. Okie dokie. Oh, shoot, I think I forgot something.
Hopefully people are watching their screens and are hearing the okie dokies.
Okie dokies. I left out the opportunity to run a pilot. Sorry about that.
We can probably have Cindy type in something once we get it up on the screen. Thank you so much, Cindy, for your technical skills on this. This is definitely a sausage making meeting. I knew it was going to be interesting.
Now you're making us hungry.
Okay, so I have to admit,
Well, sickos on planning board, they eat their own sausage.
this vegan eats summer sausage when he's backpacking.
It's a Wisconsin joke.
Just making it pretty here really quickly.
Yeah, it needs pretty. It totally needs pretty. And since I haven't really ever written a motion before, I don't know that I use the right kind of language.
That's right. Bear with me, folks. Hold on. My cat's very needy since I went on vacation. Pet me, pet me. Okay. It keeps changing that number. I don't understand it. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. Oh. It keeps changing this for. Everyone can see that, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So maybe the best way forward would be, Sarah, for you, if you would like to make your motion, and you can maybe if you have wording changes as you read it, we can do that, and then we'll have our discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So just interrupt me whenever you realize that this is poorly written, which will be often. So a motion to council, I think, to highlight planning board's concerns on the proposed phase 2 community benefit proposal. And maybe we should insert their proposed ordinance, whatever the number is.
Yeah, I would change the word proposal to ordinance, because you already proposed.
Ordinance.
Is this displayed or it's not displayed? Sorry.
It is displayed.
Oh gosh, I don't know why I can't see it. Go ahead.
Then planning board supports the idea of a community benefit focused on affordable commercial space in exchange for additional height and floor area. However, we had many concerns with the proposal brought to us. Stop.
As ordinance 8469.
Okay, 8469. These concerns include, number one, the complexity of the proposal. Do we want to be any more in depth about that?
May I suggest a minor edit to the sentence before?
Please.
If other people like this wording, let me propose it first. So however, we had concerns with the proposal brought to us. I think it should be us instead of as, or no, brought as, not to. What are you trying to say there? However, we had concerns with the proposal brought as ordinance 8469 and get rid of to, or to us as.
Whatever you are comfortable with.
Okay, so I'd strike the word many.
Okay.
Because we'll number them below anyway, so.
Got it.
Okay. And then we need to add the word as after us.
Okay.
And then I would just say including. So however, we had concerns with the proposal brought to us as ordinance 8469, including, and that could just be part of the prior sentence.
Okay.
Just to simplify it a little bit.
Perfect.
Okay, sorry, continue, Sarah.
Okay, so item 1 is the complexity of the proposal. Do we want to give more feedback than that? Maybe like something like would urge council to pursue a simpler structure?
I think just saying the complexity of the proposal is fine.
Okay.
Because they could see that it's pretty complex by looking at it.
Yes. Then item 2 is a lack of adequate data on several issues, potential outcomes for the city in terms of actual affordable space created. Additional market rate commercial space created. And what were some other data issues that we felt were not adequately addressed, if any?
I mean, I don't know how to word this, but the data issue that I'd like to see is sort of the balance of the equation for the developer. So I don't know how we someone I'm sure will be much more eloquent in phrasing that, but
So how would you explain that sentence to a non-developer? Because that might be how we can rewrite that.
Georgie, can you repeat that, please?
I was saying that the balance of the equation to the developer, you know, well, let me put the data points out there that, you know, it's like in the Kaiser Marston report, for instance, they recognize that land value will increase because as a casualty to this. But there's no sort of quantification of what that will be. And we don't know if the 5% is the right number because there's no calculation around that. And we're also removing the 1.43 bonus that would have gone to housing. And so it feels like the equation is off. And there was an acknowledgement that we're going to get a very modest amount of space for this. And that staff had even mentioned, you know, frame this as an incentive for people to develop. So I guess that's what I'm trying to get to in a very simple way. Peter, you have thoughts about that?
So we're trying to say that at how many square feet will be given at the expense of how many square feet of the other?
Is the city maximizing value for the program? Right? I mean, that's the question. Are we maximizing the value so that the developer at the end of the day says, all right, I want to do this, but you know, I'm not gonna get a lottery ticket out of this.
Because, so what I'm hearing is the data that we do have is what would it cost? What is it's the focus on what it costs or what are the costs associated just with the creation of that small slice. And what we don't have is any data on the benefit to the developer, and you need both sides to be able to answer the question, is the city getting the most benefit out of this?
An analysis, we'd like an analysis of the cost benefit to both the city and the developer. How about that? The city's program and the developer.
They could take a hypothetical. You could use a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Representative deal.
Yeah.
So an analysis of the cost benefit for both the city and the developer and a developer. Okay. Any other data points that we want to know more about?
We might also be interested in the consequences for funds available for affordable housing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Consequences. Sorry.
Consequences.
Or common sequences. That would be fine too.
Consequences for what? I'm sorry.
For the funds available for affordable housing.
Is that just a clarifying question? Is that in comparison to the standard we have in place right now with the increased linkage fee that would apply to the bonus floor area?
Right.
I'll go on to number 3 and we can always come back to the data points. Item 3 is a desire to see alternative ideas pursued or to pursue alternative ideas, including some kind of evergreen fund generated by a financial instrument other than a cash in lieu.
How about generated by a financial instrument that would mirror the discount for the on-site requirement.
I don't know what that means, but okay. Well, I mean, what does that mean into like,
Well,
that would mirror the, so you want it to be whatever the instrument, it doesn't have to be only the cash in lieu, it's some other kind of financial instrument. I see what you're saying. You don't want to limit it to the cash in lieu comparison.
Yeah, I just, I think they've come up with, I don't think the numbers are right, but I think that the idea of a discount to market rent makes sense to support affordable commercial. And whether we get it with on-site or we get it off-site in perpetuity, we get a program that's in perpetuity that supports discounted market rents. So that's why I was saying it mirrors the discount that would have happened on-site.
So can you repeat for Cindy what that would say, a financial instrument other than, or that would mirror?
A financial instrument that would allow a market rent, an equivalent market rent discount to be paid into.
George, can you start from the beginning, please? You're going back and forth. Can you start from the beginning what you want?
Why don't you start? Because I can't see what you're displaying for one reason or another. So I'm having a hard time.
All right, it says a desire to see alternative ideas pursued, including some kind of evergreen fund generated by a financial instrument that would, other than a cash in lieu.
It would operate other than a cash in lieu.
That's fine. I mean, I think we know what it means, so it doesn't have to be super specific because they're not going to get to that point anyways. Seriously.
A financial, I think then, Cindy, it's a financial instrument other than cash in lieu. So get rid of that and would operate. Yeah.
I have a last stab at this just because I can't help it.
Yep.
A desire to see alternative ideas pursued, such as an evergreen fund.
Could I offer up? I thought that also could apply to the off-ramp fee too, right? Do you want to include that here, or is that somewhere later, Sarah?
It's later, but we can certainly, what I have later is the need to restructure the exit ramp fees.
So maybe just add on to number 3, such an evergreen fund would attempt to capture the value of the affordable space over time, or something like that.
Is that at the end? I'm not sure what about that.
Yeah, just add after the period. Yeah, such an evergreen fund would be, the purpose of such an evergreen fund would be to capture the value of the affordable space over time. The purpose of the evergreen fund would be to capture the value of the affordable space over time.
Over time?
Yeah.
Is
Is that right?
Is this supposed to stay?
Yeah.
I thought you said it wasn't. Okay.
I just think Georgie was trying to, is that right, Georgie, that you wanted us to capture that it would be the value?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, absolutely.
So maybe we could just to make it even easier, how about if the sentence said a desire, or the 2 sentences, a desire to see alternative.
You froze, Sarah. You're frozen.
Affordable space over time.
Sarah, you froze at the.
All of that, unfortunately.
We missed everything you said.
Sorry.
Try again.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn off my video. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So what if it said a desire to see alternative ideas pursued, such as an evergreen fund that would capture the value of the affordable space over time?
period,
period.
and then erase everything else.
Yes, and that way, because whoever
Oh.
their attorney is going to say, right, you can't, it could be cash in lieu, it could be a tax, it could be a impact fee, like they'll have to have that conversation themselves. Okay. Number 4 is the absence of a guarantee of equitable on-site location of affordable space. George, do you want to, is that capture what you were trying to say?
I think so. Kind of John, does that make sense to you? Because you kind of brought it up.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I don't know equitable is the right word, but you know, a desire to avoid being stuck in the least desirable corner right by the trash can. But that's, it gets the point what you have.
I would
think that's fine.
I would say instead of guarantee, would it be the absence of a criteria to assure?
Okay, then
Yeah, that's
that
fine.
would be good.
Because I think guarantee is a little bit.
Yes, too strong.
Okay.
And maybe, so we get rid of the word of, and then, of appropriate rather than equitable.
Yeah, appropriate would be good.
Okay. Okay, then the next item is, and George, you have to listen to this because this is me trying to read my own writing.
Yeah, maybe I can simplify it for you too, because again,
Okay,
I'm
so I
getting
have-
into a lot of detail there.
I have complete approach to discount to market rent that would include all aspects of a real estate negotiation, including TIA, free rent, and other pass through and something changes. I couldn't read my own handwriting.
Yeah, why don't we just say a holistic approach to discount rent, inclusive of free rent, tenant improvement allowance, and an additional pass-throughs.
Okay, so
Or we could just say something as simple as maybe what we, because that'll get the point across too, is discount rent. How about look at discount rent from a gross perspective rather than a net perspective.
Okay.
And gross should capture all those things in reality.
Okay.
And again, I
Versus-
can't see this, so
versus
whatever
net
you're-
perspective. Okay, so versus a net perspective. Okay, so that would be the end of that sentence. So the way it reads now, and just Cindy, holistic is just spelled with an H, not with the W.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's okay. So holistic. So this item is holistic approach, or I think we want to say the need for an holistic approach to discount rent from a gross perspective rather than a net perspective. Is that right, George?
That is, it'll get a little confusing because some of the things I'm talking about are really free rent and TIA, which is not the gross calculation, something different. But I also think that we got to keep things simple enough.
Okay. All right. So the sentence is the need for a holistic approach to discount rent from a gross perspective rather than a net perspective.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the rest of that sentence can go away.
Yeah. Because either way, the community needs to know when they look at this, because everyone's seen 75% and 50% off, and that's not the reality.
Right. Okay. Then a lack of community input on proposed density and intensity changes.
Can I before you get there, I just want to make sure, and I can't see this again. Did you write something in about narrowing the scope of applicable businesses?
We're getting to that, and I didn't
Okay,
write it
sorry.
as clearly as that. Okay, so any input on a lack of community input on proposed density and intensity changes? No, okay. So then the next item is concern that we did not get the right mix of eligible organizations. So that was and a desire to focus more on arts, culture, and nonprofit organizations. But that may just be my editorializing. So what is a better way to say the right mix of eligible organizations? George, you had pretty good language there before.
I was just suggesting we say we narrow the scope of applicable businesses.
I think that's perfect. Narrow the scope of applicable or eligible businesses. I think eligible organizations. Okay.
I think we could add, social services and so on as well.
Okay.
Focus more on arts, culture, nonprofit social service, nonprofit organizations. And
Okay.
so on.
Okay. So arts and culture organizations and nonprofit and social service organizations.
And if we're going to be detailed in small retail.
And small retail.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's one space right there where that promotes equity in the city, because we don't have enough businesses from, like minority owned businesses, certainly at small level.
Okay. So can we add in minority owned businesses?
Didn't staff say something about the legality of that, or is that okay?
Yeah, there are concerns with that because the Constitution requires that the city not deny any person equal protection under the law. And any racial preference that you create is subject to really strict standards. And it's not enough to serve. So essentially, anytime you create a racial preference, it's reviewed to see if the classification you create serves a compelling government interest, and the regulation is narrowly tailored to further that interest. And to address general societal discrimination has been found to not be a compelling government interest by the courts. There can be an affirmative action type of classification, but you actually have to be able to show specific discrimination in the area that you're drafting the regulation about, in what the regulated local area and for the particular people that you're basing the classification on. And we didn't have the data to support that in this particular case.
And Hella, that particular legal constraint applies just to land use and zoning. But for example, we've recommended in the DCS that we put, or was it the DCS that we put a aspirational goal to contract with women and minority-owned companies and things like that? Is that a different sort of a thing?
That was not the DCS. I think that
it was yeah, CIP.
Yeah. And I haven't done legal research on that. I actually wasn't even able to find any kind of zoning regulation that was kind of an affirmative action type regulation, but there is more case law out there on preferences, for example, in school settings and so forth. And it's often challenged.
Okay.
So can we use some language regarding, to decrease inequities and economic opportunities within the city or something along those lines? Given that we are now using this equity lens, so it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. But, for example, I will imagine that anything that involves art, or not anything, but most of it's going to be mostly white people benefiting from this. If we don't do anything specifically to bring some of those other groups in the areas where they could contribute and benefit from this sort of opportunity, we're going to get the same thing. Everything tailored, and eventually, continues to benefit the same people over and over. So we're going to be adding to it, and not necessarily on purpose, but because we're not thinking a little bit more expansively about this. So we do have some language that we can just inject in there, so sort of like give a sense that we want to be more inclusive.
Yeah, Lupita, and I'll just, can I add on to what Lupita just said? This is one that would really concern me, because I've heard what the language that said, oh, it's going to be organizations with a group of investors behind them. But actually it does say what the max revenue of these applicants would be. So I don't see how, I'm not sure that threat is so big, but what this does do is it does shut out your local, car repair shop who might want to stay in place. It shuts out the bookstore that somebody mentioned potentially. So there are small businesses that were included in this umbrella for a reason. So the other side of the coin, yeah, we could look at it as a cynical way that there are going to be these sort of shell companies with investors, but actually there are a lot of nuts and bolts businesses out there that don't fit into these categories.
So I think those are two important issues, and maybe we could change the sentence slightly to, first of all, we need to have it be like a desire to narrow the scope of eligible organizations to best advance community needs. And that doesn't limit it to either arts organizations or small businesses. And we can say that advanced community needs, including our racial equity goals, or could we do it that way? Including our racial equity goals? Does that, Hella, does that skirt the challenge that you brought up before?
Yeah, I think it's fine to say that. And there is actually a section in the ordinance that attempts to do that, where one of the qualifying community benefit uses is businesses providing inclusive and affordable goods and services targeted to meet the needs of lower income residents or minorities,
right,
or community members whose needs have been identified in the retail strategy.
Okay.
So it's kind of along those lines is what you're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can bring that in.
So Cindy, we can get rid of what's in the parentheses, I think. Then item 8 is concern that the additional market rate commercial space generated by this program would further exacerbate the jobs housing imbalance.
Yeah.
And then David, this need to restructure the exit ramp fees, is that now covered in item 3? Or is it still?
Well, since you took out cash in lieu, the reader could intuit that you meant both cash in lieu and exit ramp fees, but maybe you should just add both of those terms to number 3. This could be applied to exit ramp fee, or to cash in lieu and exit ramp fees. And that way it's clear that you're talking about those things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think the desire to see an alternative fee. This could be applied. So this could be could we say this could be an alternative to cash in lieu and exit ramp fees? Is because that's kind of,
Yeah.
right, wouldn't it? Yeah, an alternative to, okay. And then we can get rid of item 9.
And just in number 3, Cindy, where it says and alternative near the end, say and without the D alternative. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so shall I read it again in full? And
I'm happy with this being the stating of the motion if the board is happy with that, and then we can have discussion. And then I will reread it, Sarah, for you as stating as there.
Okay.
Trying to use the proper, I actually went too fast on the first couple because I was getting all discombobulated. So try to be tighter on this. So discussion on this motion before we restate it. Oh, first of all, does Sarah get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, John seconds the motion. Discussion. I'm going to discuss. So I'm going to vote no on this. I think that the time is right to bring this groundbreaking work that very few communities have ever tried to do to a close. I could have come up with some of these as addendums to our recommendation to council to consider for the ordinance. But I specifically don't agree with number 1. I know that somebody told me that I had said that multiple times. I actually only said it once, that I didn't agree that it was complex. So I take issue with that. A lack of adequate data on several issues. I actually thought the Kaiser Marston analysis was pretty complete, and so I don't share that perspective. The Evergreen Fund I would have loved to have put in as something that could be considered. Absence of a criteria to assure appropriate on-site location of affordable space. Again, I think the Kaiser Marston stuff it may not have been as complete as we might like, but we can't afford everything. Holistic approach. Yeah, I mean, that could have been added, but I just don't think all of these were necessary. And then community input, that one you do have a concern, a valid concern. I would have been willing to express that. And then the scope of eligible organizations, I don't agree with. And the concern that additional market rate commercial spaces generated, I don't particularly buy that either. So I just wanted to go through and explain why I'm voting no, if anybody else wants to comment.
I'll say I haven't decided yet exactly how I'm going to vote on it. I guess I'll decide shortly. There's stuff in here that I agree with, and then there's also stuff in here that I don't agree with. But I suppose abstaining is a bit silly. So yeah, there are things that I think we could have built into a pilot. We could have still done something with it, but that doesn't mean I don't see the points or concerns that people had with it as well. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. If people have questions, feel free to voice them.
Okay.
I'll voice my thoughts real quick. I think that there are many times when the perfect is the enemy of the good. I don't see what was proposed as really the good. I think there's a lot of opportunity for improvement. And my hope in putting this up, and I will vote yes for this, is that we can turn around relatively quickly and try to implement something that would actually create some real value to the community. And I think that this has the opportunity to do that over what was proposed this evening.
Okay. Any more commentary before we go to a vote?
Yeah. Yes. I think that I feel much better like this because I have certainly regretted voting in favor of things that I really didn't like in the past. So I made a commitment not to go there. And so I think this buying a little bit more time with a little bit more detail makes me feel more honest about it as opposed to voting for something that I don't believe in and then regretting it. So yes, and I think that's the kind of nice thing that we have going through the process is understanding we land in slightly different places and being okay with it.
Great, thank you, Lupita. Sarah.
I'm rereading it, and I think in item 3, the value of space over time, I think we might want to say the value of either the physical space or the built space over time, the built affordable space.
How about the space affordability over time?
I'm just trying to, because space over time could, that's
right.
Just trying to make it clear she's talking about the building.
Right. So, George, are you still there? What is the right language to use for the value of the built space over time?
How about the covenanted affordable space over time? Because then you're really talking about the covenant that they've agreed to.
Why don't I don't know that covenanted is a word. Can we just go with built space over time?
Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, built space is very, very often referred to.
I was trying to squeeze in the fact that we've got that net value.
Yeah.
But you've kind of got it with value. Okay. Are you ready for the chair to state the motion? I'll reread it since we were kind of authoring it. I know it's kind of time consuming. Motion to council to highlight planning board's concerns on the proposed phase 2 community benefits ordinance. Planning board supports the idea of a community benefit focused on affordable commercial space in exchange for additional height and floor area. However, we had concerns with the proposal brought to us as ordinance 8469, including the complexity of the proposal, a lack of adequate data on several issues, potential outcomes for the city in terms of actual affordable space created, additional market rate commercial space created, and analysis of the cost benefit for both the city and the developer, consequences for the funds available for affordable housing, a desire to see alternative ideas pursued, such as an evergreen fund that would capture the value of built space over time. This could be an alternative to cash in lieu and exit ramp fees. The absence of a criteria to assure appropriate on-site location of affordable space, the need for a holistic approach to discount rent from gross perspective rather than a net perspective, a lack of community input on proposed density and intensity changes, a desire to narrow the scope of eligible organizations to best advance community needs, including our racial equity goals, concern that the additional market rate commercial space generated by this program would further exacerbate the jobs housing imbalance. So I'm going to go ahead and call this vote. Peter?
Aye.
Lisa?
Nay.
John?
Aye.
Georgie?
Aye.
Lupita?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
And I vote nay. So that's a 5-2. All right.
Okay.
Well, I think that pretty much will conclude that. Thanks again so much for all the hard work on this, Carl and Charles and Yvette and Mark and David, everybody. So hopefully we'll make progress on this in the future. I think we all want the same things in general, but obviously the board didn't feel that it was ready. So with that, let's go to the matters. I think that Cindy sent out an agenda for the retreat. So I don't think it will be any surprise. I don't know if you want to take a look at it, or I think I just want to let people know that even though it has general stuff in each section, that I've also included all the input that you all gave for the retreat in a preparatory thing for speakers, so they know what you're expecting to cover in each of those things in detail. So should be good next Thursday. All right, and we got Brenda Rittenauer to moderate, so that'll be kind of nice to have someone there to kind of lead us through discussions and capture the outputs.
Has everybody else already read the book? 'Cause
I'm halfway through.
I have to, that's
I'm
my
most of
weekend.
the book, but not all of the book.
Are you? Okay.
It's not nearly as intense as last year's book. I'll just put it that way.
It has a lot more pictures.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
good.
not nearly as heavy. All right, and I guess Hella, we could give a quick update on the request to City Council for alternates. Hella basically entrusted me to contact the former board members in order, and so Brian Bowen is willing to participate. Harmon is recused. He was the first person. Brian is willing. Unfortunately, Liz Payton is recused because she works for Ceres. So then Crystal Gray agreed to be available. So I guess that'll be on a consent agenda in an upcoming city council meeting.
Yep, June 15th, I think. That is a Tuesday.
And if Sam doesn't approve that, then we're back to just the 5 of us?
Yeah.
Is that how it works? Okay. I mean, I can't imagine he wouldn't approve it, but in case he doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, and he wanted to get council input too, as the code requires. The code talks about the mayor appointing with the consent of council, and in the past, we've had a mayor appoint without going to council because it met the criteria and the procedural rules of council. But Sam thought that this was an important issue and he wanted the council support. So we're sending a consent item.
Great. And would it make sense for someone, and I could do it as chair, to attend in case there are questions? I probably wouldn't need to speak or anything, but I'd be glad to be on just in case.
Yeah, you could certainly do that.
Okay. Is there anybody I would contact to let them know, or just show up? I guess I could just reach out to Sam.
Yeah, why don't you reach out to him? And
Okay.
sometimes they don't even talk about consent agenda items.
Yeah. So he may say don't bother. Okay, great. And any other matters from Charles, from you, or from Hella?
Nothing from staff tonight.
Nothing, Hella? Anything else? Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and any debrief. Anybody have any comments on this meeting? I know it was a tough one, but anything you'd like to discuss on how it went? I know it can get a little clumsy.
I'll just say one thing, which was I really appreciate what staff put forward, and I hope that they don't get discouraged through this action, because I think that something very good will come of it. That's what I'm hopeful for. But I wanted to thank them again, because I know that there was a lot of work put into this. So thank you.
Right. Lupita?
Yeah, and I wanted to say that too, because to me, this is when I enjoyed even though it seems like it may not be, this is when I enjoyed the most about working on the board, because I really feel that this is when we are trying to deal with difficult problems or issues for the city. And we put our heads together to try to do the best we can. And so appreciating what everybody brings to the table is important. And so we know that staff does a lot of work, but as they considered today, there were some parts that were not completed. And then also sometimes we are really wanting to contribute the pieces that may not be there, or in some cases, like we don't understand it well. And if we don't understand it, likely the general public will not either. And so at the end of the day, I think part of this is also educating our community about the difficulty of the issues we deal with, so they're not being, so people understand this is not something that you just do off the cuff, especially when we want to do the holistic work that needs to be done, as opposed to piecemeal things where we end up, optimizing locally, but really doing a bad job holistically, which I think we need to do more of. And today was one of those days, I think.
And I'll just add that, I mean, I understand those, but I'm not sure it's true that it was off the cuff. This is years of work, actually, so it can be built on. Yeah, I hope. Yeah. Anything else? People don't seem to have too many criticisms for. I feel like it's a little difficult when you have topics like this that are hard to figure out how to structure it. So if you have any advice on how to make it organized, I knew it was going to be a little bit hard, but we got through it. All right, great. So that's debrief and then calendar check. Cindy, anything we should know?
Just the retreat next week. I sent you an email during the meeting, which you should not have checked, but you should not have been looking at it, but got a retreat next week. And then the 17th, we have a very large meeting. So be prepared.
Is that CU South?
No, it's Celestial Seasonings.
Got it.
Yeah, so
And
that
is this the one that you've got a
Gonna be a
second?
red zinger.
You got the 24th is in case it carries over? Is
Just
that?
in case. Yeah, just in case. Yeah.
Okay, so the 24th isn't definite. It's just in case. And
Yeah.
then- yeah, and
It was a definite, but we actually pulled an item today that was on there. So it's become a just in case date.
So there's still hope for a little bit of a break. And then the 8th is still being held, though, as a possible date.
I'm gonna let Charles answer that question.
On July, are we talking about July 8th?
July 8th.
So is anybody going to that boards and commissions session on the 9th?
I am.
Uh-huh.
I've got a conflict, so I don't think I can make it.
So we may need July 8th. We're waiting to see if an application is going to continue forward or whether or not they'll need that date or not. So I think I would know tomorrow.
Right. And if you'd like, I can give a very brief update on the boards and commissions thing.
What is it exactly?
It's like it's a training for boards and commissions people that this city put together. So
Oh, nice.
I think it'll be useful.
And it's, I think, strongly, as you probably saw, Sarah, it's strongly encouraged for boards and, sorry, for chairs and co-chairs.
Yeah.
But then anyone else is also welcome. So it's, but most useful for chairs and co-chairs. Then anyone else who wants it can go too.
Can we just sit and listen in? I mean, is
I
that
think
okay?
you can participate. It's not only for chairs and co-chairs. It's just strongly encouraged for them, and then everyone else is also invited.
I'll make sure you get the invite if you don't have it, Sarah.
I know I saw it today, but because it said chairs and vice chairs, I just kind of went right past my app.
I see you as a chair some days, so I would think you. Oh no, and you froze just the right moment. Okay. Well, with that, thank you, everybody. Shall I adjourn? We'll see you next week at the retreat.
Thank you.
Night, everyone.
Everyone.